there we go. Yeah.
Jeez, I'm not
Now
here
we're
for
live.
1 minute.
I know, it falls apart.
Is that live?
You're live.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. As you know, my name is Cameron Miller. I'm the Superintendent of the RCMP detachment here and the officer in charge of the Nanaimo RCMP and therefore your police chief. I would like to start by recognizing that the RCMP recognizes that we are on the Nanaimo First Nations land and we respect their culture. Today with me, I'm going to go over some of the policing priorities we have, some of our file pressures, some of our operational pressures. With me today, I've brought three of my colleagues. I've brought Ms. Anita Halberta, who is our Acting Manager of Police Support Services, Finance and Administration. I've brought Inspector Dave Paddock, Operations Officer at Nanaimo Detachment, and also Inspector Lisa Fletcher, who's the Operations Support Officer at the Nanaimo Detachment. The four of us make up the management team and oversee all operations at the Nanaimo Detachment. This presentation is unclassified. I believe you all have copies of it. If not, we can make sure that you get copies. So some of the things I'd like to go over today, just a quick outline. I'd like to talk about policing contracts. For those of you who are new to council, just to understand what your roles and authorities are, the authorities that the police have, and where our statutes come to police. I'd like to talk about staffing levels within the Nanaimo RCMP, some of the policing roles that we undertake within the community. I'd like to look at some of our operational pressures, and what our annual policing priorities are. So we'll go over all of those, and one of the things is that this presentation, I would like this to be interactive. I don't want to be the sage on the stage here, so anytime you've got questions, if you just want to raise your hand or something, we can do it rather than hold it to the end. Or if you want to hold it to the end, we can talk then as well. So more than happy to take questions at any point. So first off, I'd like to start with policing contracts. What are the contracts and how do we do what we do it? There are three basic types of contracts that the RCMP functions under within the province. The first one is a federal provincial agreement, the PPSA. And this is an agreement between Her Majesty the Queen, Canada, and the province of British Columbia. And it's a contract which the RCMP operate as a BC provincial police in accordance with the Police Act. So 8 of the 10 provinces in Canada have their own, use the RCMP as a provincial police force. If you think to Ontario and Quebec, the QPP and the OPP are their provincial forces. Well, the other 8 provinces use the RCMP as their provincial police force. And it's this agreement here that allows us to do that. The second type of contract I want to draw your attention to is the Federal Provincial Master Municipal Agreement, the MPA. And this is an agreement between Canada and BC, but it's a master contract from which all RCMP municipal agreements flow. Because the RCMP themselves will have to have contracts with the municipality, and it stems in this one, which leads us into the MPUA, the Municipal Police Unit Agreement. And this is an agreement between the province of British Columbia and each municipality, and it's the contract under which the RCMP operate as a municipal police. So while Nanaimo does not have a Nanaimo police force, they use the RCMP, and it's this contract here that allows that to happen. All three contracts were renegotiated in the year 2012, and they're good for 20 years, so until 2032, those contracts are open. Now, within the province of British Columbia, there's 63 communities that use the RCMP as a municipal police force. 31 of them, including Nanaimo, have a population of more than 15,000. And if your population is greater than 15,000, the community is responsible to pay for 90% of the policing costs. 32 of the 63 communities have less than 15,000 people, at which point they only pay 70%. And the federal government are the ones who kick in that extra 10 or 30% as it may be. Now there's also smaller municipalities. If you think of a community like Sayward, if they have less than 5,000 people, they don't actually have a police contract. It's not that they get away for free for policing. The federal or the provincial government collects taxes on their behalf, and the provincial police force then polices that community. There's 11 independent police forces operating within 12 municipalities, and they pay for 100% of the funding, so there's no break on there. Although in some of these communities, for example, Vancouver, Victoria, there will be RCMP detachments in there working in federal work, such as narcotics, immigration, and stuff that the RCMP as the federal police force has full mandate for. I think I'd be remiss at this time if I didn't mention the city of Surrey, how they're considering creating their own police force. I think it's been in the news, and I think everybody's been asking about that. Last week I was at the BC Chiefs of Police meeting when this topic did come up. Every community has the right to determine how they want to be policed, and it's up to council to make that decision. Within the contracts that were signed in 2012, there's a 2-year break clause. 2 years notice has to be given to the Minister of Public Safety that they want to break away from that. However, before the minister will agree to that, the provincial minister of public safety, as well as the federal minister, are going to have to make sure that the plan that the community puts in place is robust enough to protect the community. We anticipate that this will not happen for at least 5 years before Siri can put a plan together and create all that kind of stuff. Because it's not like heading down to your local Save-On store and picking something off the shelf. You've got to find 800 or 900 police officers, you have to equip them and everything else. In addition, anticipated cost for a turnover of approximately $100 million, which will likely require a referendum under provincial law. Where this is going, I don't know. However, I think I'd be remiss, like I say, not to mention it. And as a note, the City of Nanaimo has used the provincial police, that is the RCMP, since disbanding the Nanaimo City Police in 1926. So we're coming up to almost our 100th anniversary soon in 6 years. So the RCMP is proud to police here and look forward to working with the Mayor and Council and the community going forward. So what are some of our authorities to police within the community? Well, we start off with the Police Act, which is provincial legislation, and it says that a municipality with more than 5,000 people has to provide law enforcement by establishing either a municipal force or entering into agreement to use the provincial police force. In this case, Nanaimo was entered into a contract to use the provincial police force, that being the RCMP. Police Act also requires police force of sufficient numbers, adequately enforce federal, provincial, and municipal laws, statutes, and bylaws to maintain a law order in a municipality. And I mean, this is sort of a motherhood apple pie type of statement because a community the size of Nanaimo really couldn't function with a 10-member police force. You've got to have enough people to be on the road 24/7. We operate 24/7, 365, and we have enough plans and backup capacity to deal with any sort of issues that we've had. Police Act also requires adequate accommodation, equipment, and supplies for operations for use by the police and detentions of persons held.
Superintendent Miller, I believe Councillor Bonner has a question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to our delegation. Thanks very much for coming out and explaining this thing. You mentioned adequate, the term was, I believe.
Adequate accommodation, equipment, and supplies?
Yeah, so is there actually a number that relates to, or is it just a generic saying that you should have enough?
So when you say adequate accommodation, equipment, and supplies, that refers to physical structures such as the police building.
Sorry, I meant the actual police force, I think. We talk about the sufficient staffing.
Requires a police force of sufficient numbers to adequately enforce federal police laws. Yeah.
Is there an actual number of that based on population, or is it just having an adequate amount of force?
Well, what you have to do is make sure that your police now, when you talk about versus population, that's something we refer to as pop by cop, population by cop. Mm-hmm. Every community is somewhat different. Like if you go down and look at the CRD, the Capital Regional District, you'll find Victoria has a much higher police officer per population than, let's say, Saanich, because you have a bunch of scoundrels in Saanich coming and doing their dirty deeds in Victoria and then heading back out to the communities. So it depends where you live and what your crime types are within the communities. So pop by cop is one metric you can use, but it tends not to be the best metric. What we like to do is look at the number of files we have, the complexity of the files, and the severity of the file. And one of the things we look at is their CSI, our Crime Severity Index. And that's computed by Stats Canada. They'll come out and say this community has a crime severity index of whatever. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Thompson, Manitoba is probably one of the highest in the country, if not the highest. And I know where my colleague Dave came from, Alberta. They were one of the highest in the province, if not the highest in the province. So we look at crime severity index. And what a CSI is, the crime severity index. If you have somebody that goes around the corner and steals a box of Kleenex, that might be a 5-point file. A homicide is the biggest one, that's 1,000 points. So what you do is you add up all the points of the severity of the index, and you divide it by the number of files in the population to get your CSI. And I don't have our CSI numbers with me right now. I believe we came in at about 117 last year of 290 communities within the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So talking about accommodations, equipment, and supplies, that refers to our physical building, basically our police station. We have the main police station at 303 Predo, which was built in 1987, which obviously the force is a fair bit smaller now. It has been expanded once, and we have put together a study on a possible expansion of that building going forward as the police force expands and municipal employees obviously expand. So at some point, you reach a capacity where you may not have sufficient room. We also have a sub-office at the Oliver Woods Community Rec Center down in the basement where the members that are working in the north part of the city can go. They can access police computers and take nature breaks and whatever. So we've got that sort of capacity too. With respect to paragraph sub 2, we talk about detentions of person. That means the jail. So when we lodge people in cells, if we arrest them for whatever, on an outstanding warrant or committing a criminal offense, we have to have a place to lodge them there, and that's a requirement for the city to meet as well. And we do have adequate cells which meet provincial standards and the RCMP standards as well. Police Act also authorizes the city to appoint bylaw enforcement officers. Bylaw officers operate under the discretion of the officer in charge of the detachment. However, being pragmatic here, bylaw officers are going to be enforcing things, let's say like barking dogs, parking complaints. I tend to put a lot more of my focus on crimes against person, violent crimes, crime trends, theft of motor vehicles. With respect to barking dogs and parking complaints, those calls when they come in are very serious to the people that call them in. But we have adequate staff here with the city, and the bylaw officers operate very well under the present structure. At the end of the day, I think it's important just for you to know the authority that how the bylaws ought to operate. Something else I want to draw council's attention to, because this has come up in the past, is authorization for regulation of chauffeurs' permits. Now, chauffeurs' permit, for another word, taxi permit. So we have people driving taxis, they want to come and get their chauffeurs' permit, and they have to make an application to the RCMP, at which point we go through and we look at their background, we do a criminal records check, and if everything comes out fine, the permit is issued. If there are reasons why we don't think they should have a permit, we will recommend that they don't have a permit. Now, these people have the right to appeal it, and they can, or we can cancel, suspend it, or appeal. If they do appeal, they come before council, and council acts as a quasi-judicial capacity. Now, I'm not going to say that the person who came in and applied for a permit that we didn't want to give to has a criminal record for the following sexual offenses. That person's going to have to stand up and say, hey, yeah, I was charged with these 3 sexual offenses 10 years ago when I did these horrible things to little children, but I'm all better now. Council then will have to make the decision if they want to issue that person a permit or not. Generally, our litmus test is this: would we want to put a vulnerable person in the back seat of a taxi with that taxi driver? And I think that's a fairly obvious question. And, you know, we have to be careful, and we have to be considerate of our vulnerable people. And I mean, you know, if you get a 35-year-old mixed martial arts guy hopping in the back of the car, it's not going to be an issue. You get a 15-year-old girl coming home from a late-night soccer practice, that's what we're worried about. And talk about now our staffing levels. Now, this is obviously a fairly important thing, and this is where sort of the rubber hits the road and the money comes from. So I want to look at our current strength. I want to talk where our funding source is, type of members we have, being regular member, which is a sworn police officer who's on the road taking calls, a municipal employee, so somebody who works for the city of Nanaimo and keeps the building running. And we're going to talk about our civilian members, our public service employees, and these are staff that can do things required in the policing realm but don't have to be a sworn police officer. Now, the city of Nanaimo funds 144 regular police officers. They also fund 65.1 municipal employees. Now, that's actually 63.1 staff and 2 managers. And they also fund 1 civilian member, and that is a criminal intelligence analyst. Because at the end of the day, most crimes can be predicted through trends and analysis. And what we do is we have our analysts looking at trends, what's coming down the pipe, where things are happening, and that's where we'll put our strike force out, our surveillance teams, looking for people doing crime in that area because it tends to go in patterns. The province, as we mentioned before, is the provincial police force, and they provide for 8 regular members and 2 public service employees. And these provincial members are designated to police the areas of Lanceville, Regional Electoral District A, with the exception of Cassidy, and Regional Electoral District C. So they're policing outside in the RDN area and Lanceville as well. The federal government also ponies up for 2 regular members, and these members are full-time attached to our First Nations policing program, with 1.5 FTEs attached to the Sinemu band and 0.5 members attached to the Sinawas band. So these members focus strictly on working on our relationships with the First Nations community here as well. So in total, we got 154 sworn officers, 65.1 municipal employees, and 3 civilian members, and that's what keeps the lights on and the crime down 24/7 within this community. Now, our costs for the budget for 2018, total policing cost is $27.5 million. Now, that's for policing cost. The city's portion of that is $24.8 million, because if we think back to the first slide, the city's responsible for 90% of their policing. The federal government's picking up that other 10%. The city's budgeted amount of $22.7 million, and that's 92% of the 90. So you're not budgeting for 100% of the 90, and as police chief, it's my obligation to report. So we've got a $2.1 million delta here. And how do we get a $2.1 million delta? Well, I want to look at our operational strength, what our operational authorized strength is, but what our actual strength is and what our variance is. And what I mean by this is we have a variance because we have some people away sometimes. 2018, 2019, for this fiscal year, and I think it's worth pointing out that an RCMP fiscal year runs on the federal government calendar starting April 1 to March 31. The city runs January 1st to December 31st. But this year, our authorized strength of 145 municipal staff. For the 2 quarters we've passed so far, there's been an actual strength of 130 members, so a variance of 15. So that means there's 15 vacancies I'm running. And you're asking, why am I running 15 vacancies? I have a whole bunch of things going on behind the scenes in the community. I have people on maternity leave. And if somebody goes off on maternity leave, I can't backfill that position. I have people on paternity leave. Can't backfill. I have people that injured. So I send 2 officers into a domestic dispute and the perpetrator doesn't want to get arrested. There's a full-scale fight and somebody breaks their hand. They're off work for 4 months. And anytime somebody's off work for more than a month for health reasons, the city doesn't have to pay for that. The federal government pays for that. But I have that position there and that position is still blocked and I can't restaff it. So that's part of my variance. I also have officers that are suspended as well. So this gives our variance in 18 and 19. 17 and 18 for the full fiscal year, actual strength the city was billed for was 135, a variance of 10. 16 and 17, we came in at our strength was 142. We had a variance of 12 with only 130 being billed. In 15 and 16, there was 140 was our strength. And you can see obviously the increase in years with 12 and 14. So we have an average variance of 13 officers. So I'm running in the last 5 years on an average of 13 officers below my authorized complement of what the city is authorized to cover. And that is with respect to my municipal ones. And at all times, I run 100% on the provincial side because if I have a provincial officer-
Superintendent, Councillor Bonner has another question.
Councilor Bonner.
Sorry, more questions.
No, please bring them on.
I know we're talking budgets here, but you raised an issue, I think, of public safety with the variance. In your opinion, does this variance of lack of police officers equate to less policing that is getting done here in Nanaimo? I'm trying to find out, like, not a money ton, are we safer or less safe because of this?
So obviously, the more police officers we have on the road, the more security and more safety I can provide to the community. There is probably a point of diminishing returns. With a variance of 15, I know that in the last year, year and a half, we've had to rely very heavily on overtime. And I think pretty much, I'm going to say, you know, we have day shift and night shift. And with respect to the day shifts and night shift, I'd say at least 50% of the time, we're seeking calls for people on overtime. Would that be right, Dave? About 50% of the time we're looking for members? So we have basically a minimum, which I'm not going to divulge because I don't divulge operational tactics. But if we fall below the minimums, what I've instructed my watch commanders to do is send out an email or text to anybody who's interested in coming in for an overtime shift. And sometimes we've got to go as far as up to Comox, down to Lady Smith, over to Port Alberni to get people to come in to fill these overtime shifts. Because you go back to the well so many times with overtime and people are saying, hey, I can't do this anymore. I'm physically burning out, I'm missing my family or whatever. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but you know, at no time do I believe that the city is in danger. Could we have been safer and could we have been more proactive? Because here's the key. If we've got more resources, we're more proactive. So we're out there stopping cars at nighttime. We're looking for things that don't look right. And one of the things, you know, I'll get to a little bit later, but maybe I'll cover now, is something called street checks. And I don't know if everybody's heard about street checks, but there's a big issue with, you know, people think they're racial profiling. I'm going to give you 2 examples here. First example, it's 2 o'clock in the morning and some lady gets up and her baby's crying, so she's rocking her baby, looking out the front window, and there's some guy in a hoodie shining a flashlight into cars parked up and down the street. So she calls the police. Police come up, they stop the guy, they take all his details, find out what he's doing there, send him on his way. Second example is we're in a high crime area and there's a guy walking down the street, shining a light into a car, and a police officer on patrol sees this. And he stops the guy and questions him. Well, if this person says I'm being racially profiled, I disagree with that. Because if my officer didn't do that, I'd lose it on him or her, right? Because I expect my officers to be out 24/7 keeping this community safe. Second example I'll give you here is everybody's familiar with the water park. So we have kids in the water park on a hot sunny day. We have a guy wearing nothing but a Speedo taking pictures of little kids. Now, should my officers go question this guy? You're damn right they should. Is it normal? I don't think so. Now, if he's taking pictures of just his kid and it all works out fine, hey, great. But if he's got a criminal record for some sort of issues and we didn't do something about that, where would we be? That's what we mean by carding people. So with the lack of people and when we're running basically at minimums, we have less time to go do proactive policing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, and if I may follow up one more, then back to the budget issue is, if your authorized strength was higher, even though you still have people off, would we be spending less on overtime? I'm trying to think budget-wise, is it cheaper to have more people on the force or to pay people overtime?
Absolutely. I mean, if I met my minimums every day, I wouldn't be calling people in at overtime.
Okay. Right.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you, through the chair, to the delegation. This may be a difficult question to answer, but do you know offhand what the difference is of the cost of overtime versus hiring? And surely if we're bringing people out on overtime for other communities, there must be travel expenses and other expenses that are brought into it.
Yeah, so absolutely. So ballpark figure to bring somebody in an overtime for a 12-hour shift is going to run roughly $1,000 plus expenses. So if he or she is coming from Port Alberni, we'd have to pay mileage and for a meal. If they're coming from the community of Nanaimo, there's still mileage, but it'd be a lot less. An average shift for somebody working roughly, because it's double what your costs are, because you're paying double overtime, because it's 2 times if it's on a day off. And obviously, I can't take a Port Alberni member on their day shift to come over here to police me, because the community of Port Alberni is paying for that, right? So, and I can't do it between their swing shift or after shift, because you have to have so much time off. Labor code says we can only work 16 consecutive hours, then we have to have 8 hours off. And I'm very vigilant on that, and you know, there are exceptions at times, but I need written documentation for it, and that is the rare exception, not the rule.
So if I may, approximately, do we know like what is the equivalent of how many, could we hire 3 RCMP officers for the equivalent of the overtime we pay?
I don't know. Nita, do you remember the overtime number? I want to say it was, what, about 800 so far this year?
0.9.
Pretty close, so that would probably be close to.
So yeah, so we're running about 800K in OT this year, and at 168, we're looking at, oh, that's 3, 4, you're looking at roughly 5 or 6 members. Now, one of the things about overtime we do have to say is this, let's say, you know, when we had homicides this year, I'm gonna be bringing people in, and the first 48, you know, you've seen the police shows, the first 48 are the critical one. I put all hands on deck, and I've got guys working 16-hour days, 2-3 days in a row, just to get the first 48 done. I'm never gonna eliminate all my overtime. Also, overtime comes from working statutory holidays, as
Right,
well as that.
thank you.
So,
Thanks very much. Carry on, please.
thank you. So I mentioned, so we, over the last 5 years, have an average variance of 13 officers. So with respect to our costs, the city's cost for one first-class constable is $168K a year. Now that's a combination of salary, which a first-class constable comes in at about 85, and the balance of that makes up divisional administration fees, pension, benefits, and all that sort of stuff, equipment, training, and whatnot. And with 13 vacant positions, this equates to $2.1 million, which is the amount, if we look back on the previous slide, where are we here? My bad. $2.1 million difference. That's the 92% of the 90. So that's the $2.1 million. So, in addition to the variance of 13 officers, the federal government may at any time request up to 10% of the municipality-funded officers. So you ask, why can they do that? Well, they're paying for the 10%. And generally, if you pay the freight, you get to call the shots. Now, this occurred in 2016 when 9 officers, including myself, went to Fort McMurray, if you think about the wildfires up there. In 2017, we sent 79 officers to the BC wildfires. And in 2018, this past year, we sent 19 officers to the wildfires. And if you don't think there's going to be wildfires in 2019, you're probably dreaming. Because, I mean, this is a trend, and we saw what happened in California, global warming and whatnot, despite what certain world leaders said about global warming. You know, I might think differently. So when Nanaimo provides officers to the deployments, the variance can rise as high as 25 officers or 17% of authorized strength, and that's when we're relying very heavily on overtime. And one of the things is when the province did call up and did say that they wanted 14 officers in 2017, which was 10% of our strength, I didn't have a choice. It's a contractual obligation. I have to find 14 officers. And what I was doing is I was sending 7 on Monday and 7 on Thursday. But at no time did the city fall below minimums or was the city unsafe. So what I had to do at that time is I had to shuffle some of my plainclothes unit, put them back into uniform, which once again hampers our ability to be proactive or work on certain types of crime types. So
Councillor Bonner.
One more question. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, through you too. So if the federal government only pays 10%, why do they get 17% of our officers?
Oh, so what happens is that 17%, that comes from a combination of the variance and the deployed officers. So we have the variance of 13 officers, and we have 14 officers, that gives us 27 officers, which then comes to 17%. No, they can only take 10%.
Okay.
And just for the record, I actually threw my toys out of the crib and said I wouldn't give them 14. I probably held out to around 12, because I mean, I'm an ammo first guy, I'm wearing this jersey right now, so I said, with all my variances, I can only give you 12. Kind of, may have got chewed out by my boss, but that's okay. So I want to talk about RCMP municipal staff, and this time I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Anita Haliberta, who's our acting manager of police support services, finance, and admin.
If you could please come up to the mic. And welcome.
Superintendent Miller just wanted me to provide just a little bit of information for those that weren't aware of what we do at the detachment. So he's got some roles listed out up there just to give you an idea. So for finance, we manage the building and the grounds for 303 Prideaux, 575 Fitzwilliam, and our work site up at Oliver Woods. We do the purchasing of goods and services for both the city and the RCMP at the detachment. We do budgets for the city and for the RCMP. And we also provide fleet management, so for all the police vehicles, for the maintenance, purchase, and replacement. We have switchboard, watch clerk, and record staff that manage all the files that come in through the calls for service. So they touch every file, and I believe our numbers are averaging over 40,000 files a year. We have IT support staff, so they manage all the RCMP computers and the city computers up at the detachment for the 200 plus staff that we have there. And then of course there's the guards. So we do have a number of guards. We went to 1 guard per watch, where we used to be gender specific. We do bring in extra guards for when prisoners exceed 11, when there's a suicide watch, and then for busy times, Friday and Saturday, as well as special events like Marine Fest. Just, I don't know.
Any questions?
I have to ask.
Councillor Marmon.
I haven't kept up with it, but for the guards, do we have male guards guarding women, or we don't have that?
Yes. It's non-gender specific. So
It's non-gender specific. Thank you.
Thank you.
So maybe just a little background on that for council's awareness, new council. Under the core services review that was brought in, one of the staff cuts they looked at was reducing guards from 2 guards to 1 guard. So of all the communities within the province of British Columbia, Nanaimo was the only one that had gender-specific guards. Now Vancouver and Surrey, they'll have 3 guards on 24/7 because of their size and capacity, and because of that, they will generally bring in 2 males, 1 female guard. But all the other communities, Kamloops, Prince George, Kelowna, Langley, communities our size, are all only using 1 guard. So as Anita said, I mean, gender specific, we'll bring in a 2nd guard. Obviously there's a suicide watch, Friday, Saturday night, St. Patrick's Day, things like that, where we're expecting a bit more. But studies have shown, and I mean, all these prisoners are treated with respect. It's not like people are strip searching. Any prisoners are searched by a police officer, not by a guard, and they're searched by a police officer of the same gender. So, if that helps it.
Okay.
So going forward here, and just actually concluding here with the Nanaimo municipal staff, it is because of the municipal staff that the officers, the sworn officers, are able to do their jobs. Because they are in there 24/7. Our watch clerks will touch every single file that comes into the detachment. Our guards are obviously providing guarding service, making sure that they're safe. Our finance people are paying the bills. Records are the ones storing stuff. The exhibits, they make sure they track exhibits and they're held for court in a way that when they get entered in court, there's no question of continuity, so they can go ahead. People can't say that, well, you know, that fell out of somebody's hands and, you know, you planted that evidence and stuff like that. The work that they do, and they do some overtime, for example, when we have a homicide or something, they'll come in and it's all hands on deck. And that's not just the police, that's the municipal staff too. And I have the utmost respect for the municipal team. The municipal team reports to the two managers of police support services. They don't report to myself, but everything that happens in that detachment is my responsibility. So I do take a keen interest in everybody, both RCMP and municipal. So, talk about some of the policing roles that we undergo now. So, of the 144 funded members, they're divided into two basically primary roles. We have reactive policing, and that includes general duty. So those are the marked cars you see, people going to domestics, people going to help a lost child, a mischief file, prowlers and stuff like that. We have our domestic violence unit, and that's a reactive unit as well because everybody has the right to be in a safe home, in a safe relationship. Forensic identification, think of CSI, the fingerprint guys. Our serious crime section, so they're ones who are going to look after major sexual assaults, are going to look after assault causing bodily harm and files of a serious nature. And of course we have everybody's favorite section, the police dogs. So just as an aside, you may want to stay on the right side of a police dog because it's 100-pound of fur and teeth missile coming at you. We have 4 dogs in our community here, and they're truly worth their weight in gold. You get a building that you've got to clear, and it's dark at night, and you don't know the suspect's in there. You can send the dog in, that's what he gets his kibbles and bits for. And quite often, we'll say on a loud or something, if you don't come out with the dogs coming in, and quite often people will just come out. If you're afraid of a dog, I mean, hey, you know, it's 100 pounds of teeth and fur, and you know, it could be a bad thing. So 4 dogs, and what they do and what they track and the people they found and everything, they are really worth their weight in gold. We also have proactive policing, our bike patrol unit. I think everybody's seen them downtown and the excellent work they've done recently on Tent City. We have our street crimes unit. We get a rash of breaking and enters. We get a bunch of cars types being stolen. Let's say there are a bunch of F-350s are disappearing from a certain area of town. They'll work on setting up surveillance. They'll try and figure out who it is. They'll work on tracking devices and whatnot. Our drug section, fairly self-explanatory. There's been a bit of shift, obviously, in the drug section right now with the legalization of cannabis on October 17th. But I still have people dying in this community from fentanyl, and we're working on fentanyl trafficking lines. We have our traffic services, and this year we've improved with respect to fatals. There's only been 7 fatals in the community as opposed to 11 last year. However, people aren't getting the message with respect to distracted driving and impairs, because we've seized a lot on immediate roadside prohibition. And I think a lot of people may have seen in the paper the other day where we caught somebody speeding 143 in an 80 zone. They're not getting the message on speed either. So more proactive work is that. And one of the things I did last year is I managed to get a second motorcycle. So you see those 2 guys going out on a pair of motorcycles, because motorcycles are very effective in police enforcement. And despite what they think, they are not chipped from the 70s, but they are actually hardworking guys. We also have our youth and community policing services, because, as we mentioned, I got 155 officers here policing. I can't police this community with 155 officers. I need all 100,000 people in the community to be my eyes and ears. I need people to say, if they see something, say something. Signs like you see at the airport. So our community policing groups go out and they work with Block Watch, setting up community relations and what to look for and how to street-proof your home. People ask me sometimes as police chief, you know, what type of car is stolen the most? I want to buy a new car. And the answer is really simple. The car that's stolen the most is the one with the keys in it. You know? Over 40% of break-ins to motor vehicles where stuff is stolen, the cars are left unlocked. It's real simple education, so we've got to get this message out, and that's what we do. With respect to youth, we have a 6-member school liaison section, and 1 officer assigned to each of the 5 high schools, and they take all the feeder schools that go up in between it as well. And that's to establish relationships with the youth. The youth in those high schools have a direct link to police officers, so they can come and talk to them and not feel awkward or anything like that.
Councillor Armstrong has a question.
Thank you, the chair, through you to the delegation. Just have a question. When we're dealing with like school liaisons, because that's obviously, from my perspective, one of the best units that you could have. If this council was to say that we want to give you 3 more members, could we designate those members specifically for that unit? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and Councillor Armstrong, through your worship. One of the things under the policing legislation is that the OIC of the detachment has the ultimate say on where the resource is going. Now, if council came up with one of their priorities and said, we wanted this to be a priority and we want to fund that, it's obviously something we look at, because generally council wouldn't say they had a priority unless it was a priority, and we also probably felt the same way too, and this would be overall, we could come to some sort of agreement on how we wanted to do that.
Thank you.
I mentioned earlier the 8 provincial policing officers. So when I mentioned off what they covered are RDN A, RDN C, and Lanceville, and I covered off the 2 First Nations policing officers funded to do Sunemu and Sunas First Nations. So it's actually really helpful to have relationships, obviously, with our First Nations community. We are on their traditional land, of course, and you know, we build relationship with those. Those 2 officers generally are not investigating the crimes in the community, but they're a conduit, because when crimes happen, we still have the responsibility to investigate and to keep all members of those communities safe. And in addition to the 8 provincial officers, it's 10% of the 144 officers that would do the policing down in those 2 communities as well. So it's all, you know, sort of balances out. But interesting to note that there's no municipal support staff attached to those 8 provincial members. There's 2 federal civilian employees that provide services to our IDEN sections, but the police facilities where they work out of, i.e. the detachment, they're provided by the city, and the province reimburses the city through provincial agreements. So it's not as if they're getting a free ride by having, by hanging their hat at the detachment, having a locker, having a desk and a computer or something. So the province does pay it, and there's basically what they consider hotel costs for coming in and using a workstation, and they're attached to that station. But
Councillor Armstrong has another question.
Sorry, I have another one. Lanceville, do they pay anything, or are they based on from the provincial side of the house?
So Lanceville, a community less than 5,000, are based on the provincial side of the house. It's part of those 8 officers. And we have looked at statistics before, and the 8 officers, it's roughly about 2.5% of file load, and it's about 3.5% of our files are generated from the regional district, including Lanceville, Cedar, and RDN.
So is the province paying their fair share? Should there be an increase in the provincial funded positions?
Well, anytime we can get an increase in resources, we're thankful for it. I have put forward a business case this year for new provincial resources. As I mentioned, there's 8. That number has not increased for over 20 years, and I think we all know the population is growing. I do know last week at BC Chiefs I was advised that Nanaimo was number 3 on the list for new provincial resources, following North Vancouver and Cowichan. So within the whole province, with respect to provincial resources, if any are granted by the province, and I mean, the province has their own funding issues too, and where they want to send their money. But any provincial resources coming, we're number 3 on the priority list for getting new ones.
Thank you.
So I want to look at some of our operational pressures that we're undergoing right now. And the first thing I want to do is I want to look at our file count. So right now we're looking this year, 2018, I'm going to estimate we're going to come in around 48,000 files. That's projected based on January 1 to September 1, so I divided by 9, multiplied by 12. Came up with 48,000 based on where we were on September 30th. 9.5% increase from the previous year. You can see the numbers there from 2017 at 2.2 increase. 2016 was a large jump. That was the year we saw fentanyl come into the community, so we spiked by 13% of the file load. But from 2014 to 2018, there's been a 28.8% increase in calls for service. So that is a tremendous spike. And one of the things I think it's really important to realize, and for council to understand, is not just that we're having more files, but the more complexity of the files as well. Because we have something called the Jordan issue. And the Supreme Court of Canada came out and said that when people are charged with an offense, we have to bring them before the courts in a reasonable time. Well, the Jordan issue came out and said, this is your window. And it's 18 months, right? 18. Yeah, so it's 18 months from the time you're charged with an offense, you have to come before the courts. So that includes the investigation time. So I can't just go out and, arrest Joe Bad Guy and then release him on a promise to appear and let the file sit for 2 years, because that's an unconstitutional delay according to the Supreme Court of Canada. And whether we agree with it or not, Supreme Court of Canada is our final appeal. On a serious crime, such as a homicide, that's been extended to 30 months. So what's happening is our officers are having to do a lot more work and focusing on that crime at the time. And there's also something called disclosure. Because anything we do in our whole file anything we do has to be put onto the file. That whole file has to be disclosed. Now there's certain things on the file that won't be disclosed for privacy reasons, operational tactics, if we have source information. So what we have is we have disclosure clerks. And the city provided a couple of disclosure clerks in the form of municipal employees a couple of years ago who work full-time on that. Prior to that, we had officers doing that. And any chance where I find a position where I can civilianize, I'd rather civilianize it because the salary for municipal employees is a lot less than the salary for a police officer. So it makes economic sense to have a municipal employee looking after stuff like that. And we've got a couple of people doing disclosures. So in addition to the almost 30% increase in calls for service, we have complexities as well. And I know, when I did an impaired 20 years ago, it was about 10 pages. Now it's about 30 pages and all kinds of stuff, and statistics have to go in. So it's a lot more labor intensive in addition to a lot more volume calls.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm taking up all the space and time here. But getting back to this point that you're raising here, is there any, has there been any look at these type of incidents and to see if a bunch of them could be farmed off to more civilian employees and just up the civilian employee aspect of it?
So that's something we've always looked at, and I've brought it up at my senior management meeting a couple of times, and it's come down actually all the way from the commanding officer of E Division, Deputy Commissioner Butterworth Carr, saying, where can we civilianize? Because we understand that budgets are pressure. And we understand, hey, if we can save money by doing this, it makes more sense. Right now, we think we're pretty close to the max of being tapped out of anything civilians can do with respect to police officers. Pretty much all of my officers are on the road in positions where you have to be a sworn officer capable of effecting arrests. I mean, we're always looking at it, and if something changes, we're more than happy to take another look at it, but we're pretty much at our max for civilianization of roles.
Thank you. Is there, has the province or federal government ever looked at sort of a hybrid then? Is there something we can think out of the box here on?
Yeah, so many years ago, and I'm going to say probably close to 30 years ago, we had something called special constables. And they did a limited type of police work, and then they went before the courts and said, hey, we're actually doing what police officers do, and the court said, yeah, actually you are, so all special constables became constables. Now, I know in the UK they have community police officers, and those are police officers that do sort of half of what a police officer does, and they work in the community, but they don't go out and they don't affect arrests. We also have to understand the UK is a slightly different dynamic with respect to policing and safety, and I've been over to England on courses and met with my colleagues, and I've gone out on arrests with them, and what they do when they go out on arrest is basically 3 of them go dressed in a suit and nobody has a gun, and they knock on the door and the bad guy comes out and says, yeah, take me away. That doesn't happen here. So we go in with guys with rifles sometimes, and because the other guys got guns too. So it's slightly different there. Some of the communities, and I know Surrey is looking at expanding stuff, and when you talk about what can other people do, it comes back to the question of bylaws. So my officers don't have to be going to parking complaints or barking dog complaints. We can have bylaws doing that. And there's a lot of stuff that the bylaws can do, and maybe we could look at expanding the role of bylaws. And I know one of the things, my friend and colleague, Ms. Fry, her fire department goes to the accidents now in the first instance. Now, if it's a serious accident involving injuries, or there's going to be impaired driving or criminal charges, we respond to it. But if it's a minor fender bender, or there's not need for police services, her team goes out there and they deal with that, which is taking a tremendous strain off of us. So we're looking we'll work with our partners, anything we can do, and anything we can farm out. And one of the questions we always come back and ask, is that a police issue? And we talk about homelessness, right? Is that a police issue? It's not a crime to be homeless. If homeless people commit a crime, then that's a police issue. But just being homeless isn't a crime. So we work with ACT, we work with the outreach teams to help these people, and VHA to get the mental health training, because gone are the days where we have a philosophy where it's no call too small. We can't do that anymore. So we work with our partners and find out, hey, that's more your mandate than our mandate. We will be there to help you, but we're going to let you carry the torch in this one.
Councillor Armstrong, Turley, and then Thorpe.
Thanks. Could you perhaps maybe touch on the Reserve Const program, because I don't think everybody understands that program.
Yeah, sure.
And it's used very well here, in my opinion.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's a great question. So a number of years ago, the RCMP implemented a program called the Reserve Constable. So what happens is former police officers, and it can be from any force in Canada or any Commonwealth force for that matter, can join back in as a Reserve Constable, and it can be used when and as needed. And I think Nanaimo has eight? That's it?
With the two applications on there.
Okay, so we've got 8 reserve constables, and one of the things these guys do, so they're all retired members, so they bring a lot of skill and ability with them. And some guys were sort of, focused on this area of their career, some were over in that area, and that's where we tap into them for. But the great thing about a reserve constable is we pay them the salary of a constable. So some of these guys retired as staff sergeants. So they're bringing the knowledge and wisdom of a staff sergeant, who's our most senior NCO, and they've risen through the ranks, and they know a lot of stuff. And they're focusing on stuff which takes members off the road. So one of our staff sergeants is dealing with firearms. Because when you seize a firearm, it's got to go to the registry and everything else. There's a whole bunch of paperwork, and it's just painfully long. It's actually painful to do it all. Well, this chap does it all, and basically the members turn the gun over to him, and he does all the paperwork, so that's freeing him up. So we have 8 reserve constables, and if we're short on a weekend or something, we'll put a call out to reserve constables, and sometimes they'll come in and fill the shifts, which is at a huge savings to us versus bringing somebody in at overtime. And they're looking for, you think about different phases of your life when you get to retirement age, and maybe you want to retire at 55, but you're not ready to retire. So we got guys that want to work 1 or 2 days a week, and they come in as a reserve constable. And our mantra is they have to do 10 days a year, because we, the city of Nanaimo RCMP, has to pay for their training. And the deal is they have to do 10 12-hour shifts with us, 120 hours, and beyond that, some of them will go up north and police in the Yukon, because they have trouble getting people to Yukon. But the reserve program is great. We are reaching out to more retired members to see if they'll come in and take part in that, and that helps to lessen our strain and reduce our overtime budget. Thank you for that question.
Councillor Shirley.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Superintendent Miller. The question I have is with regard to security firms and the role that they play in safety and security, if you have any comments on that.
So I know that the city has contracted with, I believe it's Footprints, and they're doing security down there at the tent city right now. And at times they've contracted with security companies to do patrols around the SART building when there was a pop-up, for a unsupervised injection site, and that sort of stuff. So we have a relationship with it. What it is another set of eyes and ears on the ground. However, their authority within statute is nothing more than a civilian arrest or something.
Yeah.
And when we deal with these people, we make sure that, we tell them, don't put yourself in harm's way. Call us, we're the ones to deal with it. But a lot of times the uniform present is enough to move people along. They'll get people out of the stairwells and the parkade and whatnot. And, it does help. And obviously, whatever you pay Footprints is probably less than what you're paying for a full-time police officer. And you can do it on a as-is, when-needed basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Superintendent Miller, thank you for your time this morning. Sort of similar to Councillor Armstrong's question, I'm curious about the changing role of auxiliary officers. You still have a place for them, and what is their role now? I know they can't bear arms, I believe.
Yeah, so the auxiliary program is still alive, and it's undergoing changes. So if we look back about 2.5 years ago, an unarmed auxiliary officer was shot and killed in Alberta. So from that time going forward, anytime an auxiliary officer goes out in a uniform, they have to have what we call lethal overwatch. So they have to have a member with them with a sidearm. And you notice this morning I am in a uniform, however, there's my lethal overwatch, right? Because I'm not going out with a lethal overwatch either. So, yeah, they got my back all the time. So the auxiliary program is morphed a bit now. There's a slightly different uniform. It's more of a casual thing. And we have a number of auxiliaries. How many, Dave? About 14? 12? 11. So we have 11. And what they're doing is they participate on things like VIX and our fairs there. And Marine Fest, they'll go out, Canada Day, and they'll man the things. They also do some DARE stuff, so drug awareness and recognition. For the youth, they go out and do these talks to the community, sometimes with an officer, or sometimes if they go out just basically wearing a golf shirt that says, RCMP volunteer, then they don't need to be have lethal overwatch. But they do bring a skill set with them, and I'm grateful for anybody who wants to contribute to this time, their time to help make this community better, and that's what we've got these 11 people doing. The program has shrunk dramatically in the last number of years because a lot of people want to go out and do ride-alongs. We generally don't have them coming in for ride-alongs, although at this time I will throw it again that any member of council that wants to come for a ride-along is more than welcome just to see firsthand what we're doing in our operations. And but that's sort of how the program has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, please.
So talking about operational pressure, so we're looking at community growth 8% over that time period. That's from StatsCan census, but we see that 28% calls for services. Our general duty members there, their average calls for service were 475 in 2015. They're up to 600 in 2018 now, and that's basically on our projections for the year. So obviously, I mentioned earlier, our response time is naturally reduced and less time for proactive policing. Our response time, we have obviously different types of calls, or 911 calls. We want to be there as soon as practical. And, we'll pull people off a routine file to go deal with a 911 call, be it a prowler, be it a domestic dispute or something else, because public safety is our #1 priority and concern. So, another one of our big operational pressures, and I think everybody's aware of this, is mental health. And our mental health calls for service, you can see the numbers there. In 2015, we were at 1990. It bumped a bit into 2016. It really spiked in 2017. And I don't have our 2018 numbers, but I know the number's not going down. And as I mentioned before, is this a police matter or is this a VHA matter? So what we do is we have people, and there's no crime if you want to sit with a cone on your head in the park in the middle of the day and talk, in the middle of a sunny day and talk to the stars. That's not a crime. But you put a cone on your head and you walk down the middle of the street in the middle of the day, then I got a problem. We got to take you off. We got to put you into the psych evaluation ward. So a medical practitioner can determine if you're a safety risk to yourself or to the community. Now, we've worked a lot with VHA, and we've established a relationship where our officers don't have to spend a lot of time at VHA anymore at the Psychiatric Evaluation Center, the PES. For a while, we were spending up to 2, 3, 4 hours waiting for a doctor. But we've streamlined that a lot now, and we're not spending much time. And what I had done is I reprofiled one of my resources to work strictly in mental health to build up all these relationships. And we have a number of relationships right now. Unfortunately, due to a number of shortages on general duty and frontline patrol, I've had to put that member back into general duty. So I don't have a full-time mental health worker right now. But mental health is a big thing, and it's not going away. Tech crimes. It's a huge pressure on most files. You look at the complexity of your iPhone and your smartphone.
Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Hemmons.
Through the chair to Commissioner Miller.
Superintendent.
Superintendent Miller. Sorry about that.
The commissioner's a friend of Mr. Armstrong.
Working on the terms here. I'd just like to hear a little bit more about, I know later on there's a request for staffing on a mental health investigator, and I know that there's been a lot of proactive work collaborating with the different agencies that are working on this issue, and just hear a little bit more about the mental health investigator and how that would help sort of free up resources and make things more efficient.
Yeah, sure. So our mental health investigator, what she was doing when she was in there, and I'm using the word she, it could be he, but we had placed a female member in there. She was working, as I say, with VHA to set up relationships and reduce our wait time, and saying, hey, listen, if we bring if an officer brings a patient in there, there's two things. Number one, we want the officer to get back on the road, but we want the patient to be seen first. And here's why we did that. So she pulled all the statistics and worked on that. She set up meetings and relationships with the outreach support team and the homeless outreach teams, and with Vancouver Island Health Authority. Basically, we're seeing these problems here. This is what we want to do. This is not really a policing matter. The fact that, Joe, mental health person here, is having issues is not a policing matter. So we want to make sure that he or she gets help, because if you take him in for evaluation, he's not a danger to himself. They punt him back out, and all of a sudden he's back in the corner, taking gasoline and pouring it on himself again. And that's a true example. So, we had to go, hose the guy down with water, take him back in, and the doctor says, hey, he seems fine to me, we'll let him back out. And it's kind of a revolving door. So what we want to do is get the relationships with VHA, or, if they can't be held there, work with VHA to get these individuals into some sort of treatment. Now, I know that the City of Vancouver has a program called CAR 67, where they have a forensic nurse riding with a police officer. I'm not sure our community is big enough to do that, because unless you're doing it 24/7, Murphy's Law says that when you have an incident, when you'll need them, that'll be the time that they're off. So, it's one of the things that's held me back from asking for something like that, because unless you can man it 24/7, when are you going to get your next mental health call? Are you going to get it Friday at 2? Are you going to get it Monday at 3 a.m.? I don't know. So, but this mental health worker would have a liaison, and if we run into issues, or if we see somebody doing something, they would have the doors broken down and the relationships to share information. And I know that the Vancouver City Police, I've talked to their deputy chief, they have a relationship with Vancouver Coastal Health, where they'll share information. So they'll have the information Coastal Health will share information on Cam Miller with Vancouver City Police, and the agreement is that information will not be used for any criminal matters, and the criminal information will be shared with Coastal Health, and that will be not be used for anything other than to treat the patient. So, you know, if I go into VHA, and I have tried to set up a relationship with them for information sharing, everybody's just afraid of the privacy thing. So I really need somebody to work full-time on that and working with it with both sets of councils. So that's what I'd be looking for out of a mental health position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. Through you to the delegation, good morning, and thank you for this information. You may have already covered it, but I've worked in the healthcare system for quite some time, and I agree with you that mental health and the increasing acuity we see in the mental health kind of issues that we're seeing, this isn't a policing issue. And I recall quite clearly a presentation you gave probably about 18 months ago to a previous council saying that we can't arrest our way out of homelessness, and we can't arrest our way out of addictions and chronic mental health issues. Given that you're looking for someone to be a liaison with the health authority and be a liaison with the psychiatric emergency services, would it make sense to have a healthcare provider be that person who goes along with police rather than a police officer who provides mental health services? And I say that from a perspective of someone who already has those relationships in the health authority, someone who has that expertise, but also from my own personal observations that sometimes someone in distress sees a police officer as an adversary, but they may not see a street nurse as an adversary. So I'd just love your thoughts on that.
So yeah, so no, that's a great concept, and you know, there's a lot of merit to it. A couple of things I'm always mindful of is number one is everybody's safety. So you know, I've mentioned a number of times public safety. Officer safety, for my police officers, part of the public safety. But if we take a street nurse into a volatile situation, we have to be worried about that individual. So we have to protect the nurse and protect ourselves. So we have to neutralize, we have to calm the situation down in such a way before we bring the mental health nurse or the medical professional in. So that's just a concern. But you know, and just talking here, and I mean, discussion is good. You know, that's one of the positions we're looking at. Could it be a mental health professional? Could we have somebody full-time at the detachment working, you know, probably not 24/7, 365, but could we have a full-time FTE attached to us? And I mean, with respect to VHA, we're trying to get that. You know, maybe the city wants to look at funding that as a set of police officer. I don't know, but it's definitely an option. Yeah.
May I follow that up? I wonder if this is something Island Health would consider funding in partnership. And to your point about them not being a police officer, I've been in situations where I've had to have a scene cleared by police before I can go in, and I think you guys are very, very good at that. And again, I think that ability to not be a police officer in those kind of highly emotional circumstances could be a real benefit. And my mind is kind of turning because mental health and addictions is a huge priority for the health authority, and this might be an opportune time to make that approach for some sort of partnership, because we know that policing and mental health, they're always going to have touch points, and the health authority knows that as well. So it might just be something interesting to think about. It might not be something that gets funded through us or through you, but through the health authority itself.
Yeah, and Councilor Hemmons, through your worship, one of the things VHA has on their 5-year plan is to reduce the number of mental health calls. So I mean, this ties into it, dovetails as well, because I pulled up their strategic plan as well and looked at it, you know, because I want to make sure that we're all aligned. So it's something, I mean, obviously VHA is aware of it too. If they could reduce their mental health calls and addiction calls, they would obviously save money and be able to channel money more effectively.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just following up with that, is the policy still in place if you are going to a mental health call where, you know, where it's flagged that the CRT team is still called? Because that kind of addresses what Councillor Hemmons is saying.
I think it's on a call-by-call basis, and I think it's a judgment call by the members on the scene when they're getting there. If there's anything flagged on Prime, which is our police computer system, or basically the call coming in if we need CRT or not, crisis response team or not.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate we have some time at the end of the day, so I thought originally we were scheduled to 4:30, but we are now 11 pages into a 19-page presentation, and we have 15 minutes in theory left. So I just throw that out for consideration by everyone. Please proceed.
So tech crimes, you know, we seize your smartphone. You know, if it's in child pornography one, obviously we've got to search it, we've got to crack the code. We have to do something called DICE, which is examination of that as well. Another operational pressure, sex offenses. Field investigation by Nanaimo done after discovery by our Integrated Child Exploitation Unit. I don't think anybody here or anybody in this community doesn't think children should be protected, especially from sexual predators. Fentanyl and opioid use, that continues to rise, although we've seen the number of deaths sort of plateau. We're working on obviously a number of drug lines, and our drug team works on making sure that we can stop that stuff coming into the community. Am I going to eradicate it? No. I'm not going to lie to you. But am I going to knock a dent out of it? Absolutely. That's what we're going to do. New drug lines targeted all the time, so we're looking at that as well. Gangs, I think everybody knows we have a chapter of the Hells Angels in here, in Nanaimo as well, but there's other gangs coming into the community. We've got great access to the Lower Mainland with 2 ferry terminals, and it's a great area to move drug lines as well as human trafficking as well. Police vehicle replacements. My officers need cars to get to calls, and the RCMP has a post garage, which is a couple hundred cars behind in service, I think about 270. Basically, if I buy a car today, I don't get it for a year. And I've been yelling and screaming about this, and my colleagues will tell you that I've just been raising Cain over this, and people are saying it's going to get better, and it's not. The RCMP has now developed a policy where they're going to allow garages on the island and in different communities to outfit these cars, and I'll be able to get cars because I've got some cars that are over 200,000 kilometers that are still being driven, and they should really be put out to pasture. Mentioned the police facility size, mentioned the increase in homelessness, mental health and addiction issues. And I think it's worth ensuring that everybody on council knows that, you know, when you get somebody with a drug addiction, it's actually an alteration of the brain. And their brain has been altered. Much like you see a smoker has to keep smoking, you know, people, once they try these drugs, their brain gets altered, and that's how they get addicted. And my thoughts and processes on that now, as a police chief, are a lot different than it was as a young constable on the road. I have a much different view then as I did now, and you know, that might be a compassion thing. So, our policing priorities. So, the RCMP is mandated to create community-based annual policing priorities, and we do that every year because things are changing, right? We're shifting sand. We're required to seek concurrence from the priorities from the community, so, you know, once adopted by resolution, they become the council's policing priorities for the year. Council will determine what the priorities are in consultation with the police, so I would come before council, and you know, I've asked to come before council quarterly since I'm 21% of the budget, and I think you should know what's going on with respect to policing. And I'll say, hey, listen, this is what we're seeing affecting us right now, and this is what I think we might want to consider as our priorities, and councils obviously can debate it. But once council comes to an agreement and passes a resolution, council will then operationalize the priorities, and we'll go over our previous what the previous council set for our priorities for 18-19, which obviously will go to March 31st. And our first one is violence in the relationship. As I mentioned, everybody has the right to be in a safe relationship, safe home. I want to reduce crime in the community. That's through proactive work, through drug enforcement, through fewer break-in enters and everything else. I'm looking to enhance road safety. Everybody has the right to get home safely when they're driving, all right? Whether it's speeding, whether it's impaired driving, distracted driving on cell phones. We work very closely with ICPC on that. ICBC, despite the fact they're losing money, still has a lot of money to provide programs for this, because ICBC knows if they stop an accident, you know, by spending a couple $100s, they save thousands on repair, not to mention injuries as well. Youth safety was our fourth one. So our SLO, our school liaison program, working in the schools, working with youth. We're talking how respectful texting. You know, I don't know as any kids talk these days, they just text, but you know, we want to make sure that they text in a respectful manner and how they respect each other. You know, are we going to hit 100% of them? No. But we're going to go out there and we're going to make a difference. And the last thing I want to do is I want to maintain community and social programs. And we discussed that as well earlier with respect to our block watch and everything else. So we want to make sure that the community is engaged as well. Myself as the OIC of this attachment, my communications between myself and yourself as the council, I think it's worth pointing out just so everybody knows and we're clear on this. I report to the district officer, Chief Superintendent Sullivan, who resides in Victoria. He is my direct boss. He's the person who I report to. I have a dash reporting line to His Worship and a dash reporting line to the CAO. So CAO and them will reach out to me if they've got questions or concerns about stuff. And I know the CAO has reached out to me many times, and His Worship's just getting his feet wet, but I'm sure over time you're going to reach out to me, Your Worship. Major incidents that we have, shootings, fatal accidents, a briefing note, I will send it to Mayor and Council. There's no doubt in my mind that you probably would have heard it from the iPhone paparazzi first, because everything that happens is being streamed live. But I will assure you that if you see it on an iPhone paparazzi and Facebook posts, My briefing note will actually be accurate, and what you read on Facebook may not be accurate. So we'll get stuff out as quickly as we can and as fast as we can as well. We communicate with the public through a Twitter account and Facebook, and I'd really be obliged if everybody would go on there and friend us and like us, because, you know, the better our numbers look, the more stuff there. And we get a lot of stuff out to the community. You know, we have missing people, we do it in email, but we do a Twitter feed and everything else. So what's required to increase police resources? Well, we request additional resources. Council considers request. But the interesting thing is if council approves a new officer, even just one, the positions are created and the federal funding approved. The timeline's 1.5 years. Because just because you approve 90% of the funding, the federal government's got to go and find their 10%. And while we think the government has federal coffers, all their money is spoken for and they're running a deficit, as we know. So it takes them about 1.5 years before you say you got a new position, before I can actually staff that position. So what we're looking for the request here, and I think this is built into the budget over the next few years, we're looking for 15 new officers. That being a sex crime investigator, a tech crime specialist. I do have one right now. It's not a tech crime position, but a reprofiled position. Mental health investigator, and we talked maybe that could be a VHA employee or something. Somebody else for traffic enforcement, because 7 fatals is too many. I want a community police officer to make sure we reach out to the community. And I'm looking for 10 general duty members. And these are the people here that go out and answer the calls when you get a prowler, or somebody's scared or something, or somebody's lost their kid. This is the front line, these are the boots on the ground. With that concludes my question. You will see there are more slides attached, and those are just statistics because everybody's interested in metrics, how things are moving up or down. But I want to make sure you have access to that. Myself, I'm available at any time for questions, either through the worship through the CAO. And the Nanaimo RCMP is privileged to be able to work in Nanaimo, and we're here to support and we're here to help. And my mission statement is to make this the safest community in British Columbia. And your worship, I'll take any more questions in the 7 minutes I have left.
Well, I threatened them, Superintendent. It turned out 4 pages were statistics, and now they're finishing early.
They'll almost think this was a setup.
Councillor Bonner to save us here.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the delegation. There's a drug unit I believe, in the building at Prideaux and Fitzwilliam, across from the police station. What would it take to move that to another building?
So across the road from us is Federal and Serious Organized Crime Section, and they are a provincially funded section, and they work on, you know, serious organized type crime. And we have to realize that most drug lines are done by organized crime groups. So they don't exclusively work on drugs, but they work on different types of files. I believe there is a lease or a contract. Do you know? They rent the property. I don't know if it's under lease or under contract. But it's certainly find out. Yeah, so it's for the city. So they're actually paying the city for that to get money.
No, it was more along the lines, I think I talked to Councillor Armstrong about this a little bit, that they have fairly strict requirements about the building. And I'll just tell you why I'm going on. Until someone tells me this is a crazy idea and we should just stop thinking about it, I'm thinking about the possibility of combining the building that you're going to need in 5-6 years and the fire department and the ambulance into one building on that entire block. And I'll keep thinking about it again until someone tells me I'm crazy. But I was wondering, because we would need to level the block, what would it take to move those folks out of there into another building?
Probably
Temporary.
just advance notice.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, and, you know, one thing we got to consider is this, that, you know, also on the other side of the building is IRSU, Integrated Road Safety Unit. So that's a provincially funded unit, and I think there's 6 members there, 6 or 8, I'm not sure. And what they do is they do road safety enforcement in the Central Island. But the fact they're based out in Nanaimo, they do the bulk of their enforcement here. So what I'm doing is I'm getting an extra 8 traffic cops in the city, and it's doing just more enforcement. So let's say we move them to Parksville. Well, Parksville would then get more of that enforcement. They may not be down here as much. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. With respect to FSOC, probably the bulk of their work, Central Islands, is going to be here because this is where most things are happening. So all things, you know, you got to consider in the big equation.
Okay. One other, if I may. Thank you. We're all quite interested in economic development, and it does relate to the work that you do, because the high-tech industries that I would like to, and many on council would like to attract in Nanaimo, They are typically younger folks that work for them, and they're fairly connected, and they look at things to do with the city, whether or not they want to come here and raise families and move here and move their companies here. So I'd be really keen on finding ways that we can lower the crime index, and thinking out of the box, that sort of thing, so that we can do that, so that we can then go to our economic, whatever entity that gets developed and say, look, we're doing these things, then I was coming to safer place because of the crime index is being lowered. So I'd be very much keen on it, because I look at it as an investment. If we put $1 million into policing, can the work that you do and by lowering the crime index, can we then attract a multi-million-dollar company here with all of its employees, which just makes it a good investment at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from my previous background before police and commerce, always looking for ways to increase business, because increased business, increased community, and more people, which is going to make you a safer community.
Mm-hmm. Good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bonner. Councillor Martman.
Thank you, through the chair to the delegation. So if I can summarize and understand, if the council was to decide to hire 15 more additional, really our budget wouldn't be impacted until approximately 2021? 2020, 2021?
Probably towards the end of 2020 would be, if you waved a wand today and said, hey, we're going to give you one more officer, 10 more, whatever council decides appropriate, it would probably be towards the end of 2020 before I actually had boots on the ground.
And that was 2.1 million.
Well, no, the $2.1 million is a variance, and what that was the 13 officers that we don't fund because maternity leave, paternity leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking to Ms. Mercer and see if she wanted to say something. If not, that's fine. Or Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, Your Worship, there's a number of questions we could, in fact, Superintendent could come back at any time for a workshop on any of this. This is related to budget, but there's questions around the building that have been raised and the status of it. It's a building that was built in the 80s, I think.
We occupied in 87, yeah.
And compared to the fire hall, which was built in the 60s. So there's a difference there. What are the space needs? What's the space requirements? And do we have a current study that rationalizes that? So there's a whole space needs piece that needs to be done there. I guess the other thing was just the timing of the implementation of the. I believe in our budget that we've done for purposes of this exercise, we've calculated the full budget at April 2020. So there might be a little leeway there. And then subsequently 3 positions per year after that. It says in the business plan 4 or 12 positions, but we're actually, the ask is for 5, but it goes 1 year past the window for this budget exercise. So that's where the discrepancy is. It's actually, the ask is 15. We're in a 4-year cycle with this budget, which is 12. The other thing to just be mindful of is the 92 versus 93% budgeting exercise. So that's something that council can look at. And perhaps the superintendent can explain what I'm talking about a little clearer, but we've gone to 92 this time, but maybe we need to work our way back up to 93. Just, it's more conservative budgeting, but that buys us a little bit of money, I guess, for the exercise of budgeting. So I think you should be alert to that issue, because I'm not doing a great job of explaining that.
No, I think you're right. And if I can just jump in here. So yeah, so you get the $2.1 million delta. At the end of the day, if the health fairy came down and made all my officers healthy, and nobody was on maternity leave, and I had 154 officers, then you get hit with a bill for $24.8 million, and you have that $2.1 million delta. Statistically, over the last 5 years, I've run 13 vacancies. So that's a $2.1 million delta. So, my friend and colleague over in finance, I said, hey, listen, this is our statistical norm, and this is what we think we should do, what we can do. And from a budgetary point of view, I totally see what you're doing, but I have to make sure the council is aware that if my officers all do get healthy, the federal government's going to give you a bill, and, I guess at the end of the day, I'm their enforcement agency.
Councillor Bonner and then Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. One final question. You mentioned
mentioned it's 1.5 years to get a police officer on the ground. That's because we're waiting for the federal government to find their 10%. Is there any way we can make that go faster by just covering the 10%?
Yeah. So there's a couple of other things that go on. I mean, the first thing we talk about, the federal government has to find their 10%. That comes out of the Minister of Public Safety federally. Position number has to be created through our organ class section. It has to make sure that it fits into a proper org chart. The third thing is, and this is something that the RCMP and every single company in this country is facing, actually in North America, is bodies. Right now, we're in a bit of a recruiting crisis. We can't hire fast enough. This year, we're anticipating losing 1,700 people in the RCMP for retirements. We can only put 1,300 through the training academy. Well, don't take a rocket scientist to figure out you got a delta of 400 there, right? So we can't hire fast enough. We have gone through with the Minister of Public Safety, we've increased our capacity at the training academy where we used to be able to put through 30 troops a year. We call it a group that goes through a troop. We are at 30 now, we've increased it to 40, and we're looking to expand that to 50 a year because we see this boom-bust echo. I don't know if everybody's heard of the boom-bust echo thing, but with respect to the wave and the people going. At our senior officer and senior NCO levels, we're losing people dramatically because right now we have, and there's that brain trust you're losing. But it's not just us. You know, I was talking to a colleague a couple of weeks ago who's the current chief of Halifax, and he was telling me, you know, he's retiring in March. Halifax, Calgary, Peel, Montreal, and Winnipeg are all looking for police chiefs right now because they can't find people internally. So it's a whole thing with respect to recruiting itself. And obviously, you know, you're not going to recruit a 24-year-old to be a police chief, but you've got to start somewhere. So that's our 1.5 year gap because I will put a request in for X number of recruits coming out of the academy, and I think I asked for 10 this year. I think I've got about 8 so far, and I've been told that's all I'm going to get because there's just no more capacity.
I'm going to go to Ms. Mercer, and then to Councillor Turley.
Sorry, we were talking about something else for a second. I just wanted to remind council that in yesterday's presentation in the budget highlights, we did show an RCMP slide that showed our full commitment and what we'd budgeted. So it is a bit of a, as Superintendent Miller had said, it's a bit of a game to play. How much do we budget? Do we budget at the full 100% of the 90%, or do we go with some type of historical shortage and budget at that? So we did try to present that. Here's our full commitment as well as what we budgeted. We budgeted 92 for 2019 and 93 for the following years.
Thank you. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Superintendent Miller. Got it right. The question I have is with regard to the overtime, and that, does that fit into the city's portion of the 24.8 million or the budgeted amount?
No, that fits in. That's part of the 24 rate. That's part of my operational.
Okay,
so thank you. When we do put together our budget, you know, this is for salaries, this is for benefits, and one of our line numbers is planned overtime. We do anticipate having overtime.
Okay, thank you.
We've gone through our overtime budget due to shortages, but we do have a part of it.
Thank you. Any further questions? To you, your staff who've come today, and all of you, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for the good work you continue to do on behalf of the community. I think modern policing in a world where society has put out into the street so many people with serious mental health issues has become one of the most challenging professions, and the particular problems of this community have been an enormous issue for you and your members, and we appreciate what you've been able to do, so thank you.
Thank you for your time, Worship. Thank you for your time, Council.
We are at the break. We shall reconvene in 15 minutes. And someone's going to fix this clock on my screen. reconvene. The next presentation is Nanaimo Fire Rescue. Welcome, Chief Fry. Nice to see you again.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Am I on? Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. This is the Fire Rescue 2019 Business Plan. Before I start, I'd like to introduce some of our staff that are here today. They can maybe raise their hand. I have Assistant Chief of Operations, Brad Wood. Jack Blair, Temporary Assistant Chief of Training. And Karen Lindsay, our Emergency Program Manager for the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, is your mic on? I'm not sure if your mic is on it. Your Worship,
Hello.
could you check?
Who puts me on?
It shows on.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
It says,
there we go. Yeah?
it says
Okay.
green, so
Well, here we go.
just pretend we're being difficult children and give us a good yell.
So I'm going to be sticking to our program similarly to what we did with it's technology. I think Superintendent Miller set me up. Well, let's get started. So the overview of the Fire Rescue Department, again, I believe I have under 30 minutes. Apparently, police sometimes get higher priority than fire, but we're all protective services for our city, and we're all your employees. So Fire Rescue.
Actually, you have 45.
Do I? Excellent. Well, we'll just talk.
It's
So
a compromise.
Fire Rescue, we respond to fires. Obviously, we have fire, traditionally, rescue services, medical responses, natural disaster, and again, specialized services including hazardous materials, technical rescue, which include inland water rescues. We base our responses on a community risk reduction and our hazard risk assessment, vulnerability assessment plan. Public education is very important, and what we know with fires is educating our public and preventing fires is much along the lines of crime prevention. It's fire prevention. We have 4 stations located throughout the city that are staffed by career staff. Station number 2 also has a small contingent of on-calls. And we have Protection Island within the city boundaries that is manned as first responders with our on-calls. We run 911, which is Central Island Firecom. For those that may not be aware, it's called a secondary service answering point. Our primary service answering point, our 911 calls go directly to Vancouver at the ECOM. A contract was signed with them in 2015. And when people ask for police, fire, or ambulance, and they ask for fire, it comes back to the Fire Dispatch Center, as we discussed, located in Fire Station number 1. Again, we are also responsible for emergency management, which is really the deliver of emergency response training to all staff and emergency social services volunteers within our community. It is legislated and something that we must do. We develop and facilitate training and exercise for city staff, and we work with external partners in our community, including Island Health, BC Ferries, BC Hydro, and all of our community stakeholders. And it's really about not just the planning for when an emergency happens, but about the recovery efforts after. And those are something that, in the past, we may not have always done a great job of, but our emergency program manager has been really working hard towards that. And the city has a business continuity plan as well. I'll just touch base really on our Central Island Firecom. That's a partnership. So when we talk about strategic partnerships, we're in partnership with the Regional District of Nanaimo and the Cowichan Valley Regional District. Our fire dispatches from, again, like last night, from the top of the Malahat to Lake Cowichan area up to Lanceville. And it's on a cost sharing based on population. So.
Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to Chief Fry. I would like to talk a little bit about medical, if I may. I understand that BC EHS or ambulance, whatever, is got some concerns with fire responding to medical calls. Can you expand on that and what we, because I believe that it's a great response that the firemen do. I think it's awesome. I think it's really required. I think you can get there faster. So I would like to work on that we can continue that program, because my understanding is you may not be able to do that. Could you expand on that?
Correct. So just a little bit of background back. It's called the First Responder Program. It's what we've been doing probably since the mid-90s in Nanaimo. And it's really to get response to the medical emergencies in a quicker and timelier fashion. And what we do know, just like anything else, population's increasing, calls for service are increasing for ambulance. Back at the end of May, BC Ambulance made a decision to reduce what they call the resource allocation plan, and strategically or fundamentally, while they added additional resources in towns and municipalities, they cut the number of calls that would require a first responder. So we saw since May approximately 50% reduction in medical responses required, primarily at the lower acuity end, and they've reallocated, but we are finding there's definitely some waits. There is a larger provincial push, obviously, from the fire service, the firefighters union, on maintaining that level of service. The cities such as Delta, Prince George, Campbell River have gone with an EMR model, which is a higher level than first responder and provides further training and a higher service level.
Follow up if I may. Would that be something we should be looking at here? Because like I've heard from numerous people that, you know, especially when you're right near a fire station, when they could respond within like a minute and they're waiting 10, 15 minutes for an ambulance. My understanding is Delta, do they have a bylaw that they put in place allowing for, like I know Winnipeg's model is what I prefer, but that's a provincial thing, but.
Through your worship to Councillor Armstrong. You know, to add something, whether it's required in a bylaw, currently, if council determines that we respond, if it's council's pleasure to add something like that, we can definitely look at that and provide a report back through Mr. Rudolph to the council. And it's the overall costs are not that much difference, because the training required is a bit, doesn't have to be done annually, but the onset, it's a little bit more at the beginning to get the training. So again, if it's council's preference to go to a higher level, that is definitely something that a lot of fire departments are beginning to do across the province.
I'll follow up with that later at another time with council to see what their wishes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong's asked and questions being answered.
Oh, excellent. Councillor Brown.
Forgive my ignorance, but what does EMR stand for?
Emergency medical responder, it's a level, so there is first responder, emergency medical responder, PCP, which is a primary care paramedic, and then there's advanced care paramedics, different levels. So the ambulance cars, as we see nowadays, are primarily managed with PCPs and ACPs. A lot of, when people begin working on the ambulance, a lot will have just an EMR level. We are seeing a lot of our new potential candidates that are applying for jobs in the fire service are coming with EMR.
Thank you. Carry on.
So our department share of the city budget, 12.7%. It's a little bit larger than HR, but not as large as the police. And again, 83.3% is based on the wages and benefits, much like other city resources. Okay. Probably just the one step back on that as well. We do have services and supply contracts. We do get money back into our city. So we receive funds through our 911 Firecom, through our partnerships. We get grants or funds through our technical rescue. And we have a contract with Snuneymuxw and the Regional District of Nanaimo, and the Fish and Game Club that provide funds back into our city. Okay, 2018 achievements. Our department's done a great job in amongst all of the pressures of the city. So far this year, we're going to be expected. I have responded because it's supposed to be the end, and I know we'll be there. We'll be responding to over 8,000 incidents a year, and that is even with a reduction in medical calls. We've completed resilient minds training. And if any of the council were here last year, they'll know one of my priorities was mental health. It's not just mental health in the mental health that we deal with in the community, it's mental health for our first responders. And our intent is really to have training for our staff that's going to provide them some resiliency and basically share it, don't wear it type of mental health in the future. For our emergency management, I need to put my glasses back on, I think. Through Ms. Lindsay's group, we operationalized a department operational center at the Public Works. We deployed staff through the Emergency Operations Center and ESS volunteers to the wildfires. We also had firefighters responding to the wildfires this year as well. The emergency management also completed 14 training courses and 2 tabletop exercises by the end of the year. And as part of our tent city plan, we've been running a mock type of high-level emergency coordination center planning session through that. Our Fire Station 1, we've awarded our project manager, and this week we'll be awarding our architect design for Fire Station 1, so that is well on plan and on target, and we have received the funding and the borrowing bylaw through public assent. Public education and outreach. This is some of the good stuff that we're doing. It's not just about responding to incidents and something that we add value back into our community. Our smoke alarms. We've tested over 100 smoke alarms while we are on scene at other incidents. So we might respond to somebody's house for a medical response, and our firefighters take an opportunity to make sure they have a working smoke alarm. And on 50 different occasions, we have installed a smoke alarm that wasn't working. We have also partnered and conducted a full door-to-door campaign down at Snuneymuxw First Nations at the IR number 1 this year, in partnership with them and alongside their members, testing and replacing smoke alarms for them. We have also conducted 1,000 door-to-door campaigns during Fire Prevention Week and just completing in the last week in the higher risk area. And just a little good news story on that. I had a fire prevention officer come and speak to me probably within the last month into my office, and he was pretty excited. And he said, you know what, I've got some news to tell you. He said, I just came back from a fire. The person never called it into 911, but they had put it out themselves, and what woke her up was a smoke alarm. And she was in bed, sound asleep at the time, and the smoke, when she sat up, was down to her head level. That smoke alarm, our fire department installed it last year. And it was in the middle of the night, and our fire prevention investigator was adamant that her and her 2 children would have potentially not survived if that smoke alarm hadn't gone off. So something I'm really proud of, and it shows the great work we're doing. Bystander CPR. Our firefighters have trained all city staff in bystander CPR, as well as addressed every high school this year and engaged with over 700 different individuals on training them bystander CPR. So these are some of the things that we'll continue to do. And one of the achievements that's not on there is Tent City. And it's something that the fire department's taken a very active role in all along, and it's about the prevention and the fire orders. And we took a lot of heat from that, and our fire prevention staff specifically. But, you know, we've had 6 tent fires down there. and 2 injuries related to that, and I'm sure it would have been much worse if it wasn't for the work that they were doing down there. So kudos to them. So council's given us a couple of directions.
Councillor Thorpe has a
Oh, yes.
question.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Thank you, Chief Fry. Sorry to interrupt, but I just had to comment on your last slide regarding CPR and the training that you provide, because I am aware of several instances where city staff have used that knowledge to save lives. And in fact, Ms. Fulla's husband was one of them, and it's just so valuable, and it has saved lives of our citizens. So thank you for that very proactive initiative.
Well, thank you through your worship to Councillor Thorpe. It's not me. It's really the men and women that stand behind me and take this initiative on, but thank you very much. I do know how to do bystander CPR, though, if anybody needs it. So some of the achievements, couple of council directions that we've had over the past is adopting response times metrics. So it's really about the evidence. Our goal is to have our first apparatus arrive on scene 6 minutes for 90% of our emergency incidents, and a full alarm assignment, which is 3 engines at any structure fire within 10 minutes. And as you can see, we're getting the trucks on scene for our structure fires, and we're still working towards our first unit on scene. And really it's about location, response metrics, duplicate incidents.
And you're also inspiring questions, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Thank you, through yourself, to Chief Fry. This is a concern for me under the response times for the Hammond Bay area. For years, we've been hearing we need a fire hall out there. Could I have your perspective on that and what you feel? I mean, there's so much growth with the Lindley Valley. I do have a concern that we should be having a fire hall out there, so I'd like to hear some response, please.
Excellent, thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Armstrong. So the fire station number 6 was originally on the 10-year fire plan that came out, and I'm going to guess 2004 or 5. And it was scheduled to be built in 2016. Council decided, probably through reports, I was not here at the time, to pull it off the table after reviewing budget. So if it is something that we will potentially look at, and you'll see on some of my initiatives for 2019 will be to conduct the next 3-year service delivery plan, and at that point in time, what I would suggest is looking at all of our incidents, where the best locations are, and developing out a future plan on additional fire stations. But you are correct that we are not getting to most areas in Hammond Bay within 6 minutes for a first unit on scene, and specifically the Pipers area. The road network isn't the best in the city, and it is a difficult location.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and the other point that council's direction that I didn't touch on is 4-member engines. It's an industry standard, and that was council's direction, and we are maintaining that. So this is just a really quick slide to talk about our call volume. You could see we are at if I look between 2014, I'll use the same metrics as the superintendent, but if I go back to 2014 to 2018, we're at about a 15% increase. If I actually went and added those medical calls back in and just review back to 2017, it's actually 35%. So the medical calls are accounting for approximately 63% of the responses. They have been in the past. That will go down this year now that those have been reduced. But on top of that, we've also responded to 419 overdoses this year. And that's alarming. So as we talk about the opioid crisis, our crews are tracking that, 419, and those are coming from, sometimes from ambulance, those will come in as a man down or a sick person or cardiac, and our crews are making a determination on what the cause of that is. We share those numbers with the Island Health as well. And 291 of those are in the downtown core.
Seriously.
Again, we've responded to 152 structure fires this year so far, and 33% of those are in the downtown core. And when we do have a structure fire, the thing to note is that when there's a medical call, we send one engine. Sometimes if we have extra staff on, it might be a two-man rescue first response engine or four-person engine. With the structure fire, we're sending minimum of 12 and all 3 apparatus. So when those, we still need the numbers for those. Here's a beautiful picture.
Councillor Bonner has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to delegation. Regarding incidents, when you send out a truck to an overdose, are you putting 4 men on it or 2?
So primarily our vehicles, through your worship, I will continue to do this. Primarily we need to make sure that we have 4 people on an engine at any time, because a lot of times they'll be leaving an incident, a medical response, and potentially responding to a fire. But we do have, if we have more than 16 members on duty at any one time, if we have 18, we will staff a first responder medical type of unit. It's our rescue unit, and 2 members will be the first ones out the door on a medical call.
And do you need more of those type of trucks, or you're looking to go with a 4-man for the future?
Yeah, so I will consistently stand behind 4-member engines for fire response. For secondary units out of a fire station, similarly to what we're doing right now, a 2-member medical unit, especially if it's an EMR type of program, is definitely what we would look at. We wouldn't staff it back up with 4 members. You can sometimes cross-staff those with ladder trucks for other operational responses.
Okay. And one final one, if I may. Your projected 2018 is considerably lower than last year's, even lower than the year before. Do you have an idea of why that is?
It's the BC ambulance, through the chair, sorry. It's the BC ambulance reduction in first responder medical calls. So again, they've reduced our medical aid calls by 50%, and that took place May 30th. So
Okay.
those will be expected to maintain about 8,000 overall calls a year this year, and potentially maybe a bit slightly higher. But again, with the provincial government, at any time, those calls could be added back into the system. So we're at the mercy of the government on that one.
Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Chief Fry. So of the 419 overdoses, my understanding is without the EMR skills training, they actually can't respond immediately. They have to wait for an ambulance?
Through your worship to Councillor Martman, no, we respond at the same time that ambulance does, especially if it's a high priority, and our crews are trained to administer naloxone.
Oh, they are, okay.
But there are limitations within the first responder program, blood pressure checks, pulse oximetry, things that are permitted within the EMR program, not permitted within the first responder program. What we do notice is if there is a reduction, if it is considered a lower acuity call, lower priority call from BC Ambulance, at times they will wait to call the fire first responders until they've been delayed, or once they get on scene and they need more assistance. So that is sometimes where we see a little bit of a problem. Somebody may be sitting on the ground that has broken a hip, as an example, may be on the ground for 15 minutes, and then they may call us and say, we're delayed, can you help us out?
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, the Chair, through the Chief Fry. I think this is something that we should have a report on. I don't know how council feels, but I think the reduction in the medical calls, and I know that I've heard a lot from the community that they don't like it because the response time is considerably slower. So I don't know if it's appropriate to ask that at this time or not, but I think it'd be really important that we got some more information so that we could make a decision on if we should be challenging that or not. Is that right?
I don't know that requires a motion necessarily, but Mr. Rudolph?
Your worship, this is what you would call a flagged item. We could put that in the queue for a future report due back in early in the new year sometime.
Thank you. The hopper of the new council is getting full. Please carry on, Chief Fry.
Excellent, thank you. I think I've covered this. Again, we heard from Superintendent Miller about the value of the motor vehicle accidents. The fire department responds to almost every motor vehicle accident in the city. Primarily, really is the hazard mitigation and scene safety. So it's protecting the other occupants. We respond for medical, and as well, we help them exchange information and free up resources within the RCMP, so they don't have to attend if it's not a serious accident. And again, we will continue to work with our partners in the RCMP and BC Ambulance. So traditionally, a lot of times, fire service has worked a lot in a silo, and what you're seeing now is we're trying to combine resources where we can to add the best value to our community. So let's talk about some challenges. Again, mental health training and awareness. It will continue to be, it's what we see on the streets. We're actually tracking the amount of mental health calls or homeless calls that we're dealing with as well. But it's about providing training for our staff. As it just have to do a little bit of Googling on it, I guess, but mental health and making sure that our employees, from the very top levels to the very bottom, brand new employees, have the required training and support they need for mental health issues and dealing with a lot of the tough and traumatic calls that they're responding to, and the capacity issues and the accumulation of it all. We're talking about a lot more than we ever have, and it's okay. Fire operations resourcing, our overtime is going up quite a bit. Sick time and WorkSafe, again, we heard from WorkSafe from the Director of HR, Mr. Van Horn, yesterday. And a lot of our WorkSafe claims now are mental health related. A lot of our sick time may be mental health related. Injuries, they need to be 100% capacity to be on a fire engine and responding. So we're trying to get our staff back on alternate duties as quick as possible, but we do need to backfill staff, and we don't have that many additional resources to do it without overtime. Our administrative capacity, you've probably recognized in the fire plan that in 2015, with the last fire chief, we lost one exempt chief officer position. And again, when they promoted me, we lost another exempt chief officer. So that is continuing to be an issue and a resourcing issue. So we've had to do a little bit of a reorganization at our administration team, and it is creating a lot of working capacity issues. You know, instead of strategically thinking about EMR, we're putting out fires. Our fire prevention increases workload. We had one employee that probably has spent since May 35–40% of his time addressing tent city issues. But again, as part of the fire planning process and pre-planning, as well as fire code, and with Mr. Lindsay's group on all the approvals, right? So people have to have a fire code compliance issues, and site plans have to be approved by the fire department.
Councillor Martman has a question.
Through the chair to Chief Fry, I'm wondering what our service levels are compared to municipalities of a similar size, like Kelowna, Kamloops, Prince George.
Through your worship to Councillor Martman. So our service level, if I talk about what we offer compared to other departments, we are offering a lower level hazardous materials response to most jurisdictions. We're doing awareness or operations only, but not a higher level with the Class 3 suits. That would be a large investment. Again, the first responder level is not the same, or the medical response is not the same level. If I look at the number of incidents, you know, if we go back to cop for pop, you heard that term today, so we also know that our firefighters are responding to more incidents per firefighter than Vancouver and Kamloops and Kelowna, by probably almost 20%. And that helps, and it's creating more of a capacity or oversaturation at times. Does that answer your question? But we all respond to fires. And we're all doing, I would definitely put our department near the top as far as public outreach, communications or community involvement, and public education as well, where they're doing a fantastic job. And they're doing a good job putting out the fires too, but we all know that. Fire Station 1 replacement is going to be a key challenge. We're down on our exempt staff, and you know, keeping that on task. We've got a great project manager we've brought on, but it's going to be still conducted within the role of our administration staff to help manage that. And again, it's going to be maintaining the operations of the fire department. So this will continue over the next few years, continuing the operations of the fire department without much impact to it. So some of our key initiatives. Again, Fire Station 1 rebuild. We'll definitely have council out at the groundbreaking. We're replacing a fire aerial apparatus in 2019. We have that in our fleet replacement plan. So unlike other vehicles, they do need to be replaced every 20 years. Is that it? 15 to 20 years is our fleet replacement. There is a standard. I'm not the fleet person. Don't tend to pretend I am. We will also complete our next 3-year fire service delivery plan. And what that is, it's going to set our priorities for the next 3 years, 2019 to 2021, where we can definitely look at a program, a higher level of service, and what really is about basing what our incidents are and what best way we can respond to them, and with what resources. You will definitely see an ask for firefighters in that. A review of our fire training program. Many of you some of you may be aware we run Viera, Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy, as an offset to train our own staff, and we actually provide training to other communities. But with a reduction of 2 administrative chiefs, that, you know, it was being run by one almost full-time. Having the capacity in-house to do it is something we're going to be looking at. Community outreach and education on fire prevention and community safety. It's about teaching people about reducing fires and helping them to help themselves. And then we'll continue to do ECC exercises and training. And one of the key concerns that we've had, and the problems as well, is that we've had a high turnover in staff. So have training of staff available to man our emergency coordination center is difficult, and a great job of trying to hold exercise, and have to continue to maintain and continue with those trainings so we have enough trained staff on hand when we need to. For an emergency, when you're not quite sure when it's going to happen, but it could happen at any time. So our draft operating budget, again, departments. Fancy numbers, you don't see anything kind of thrown out there that looks different. The debt servicing is going to be, obviously, Fire Station 1 will start coming into throughout in 2019 and 2020. Again, our contract 2000, and you've till over time, and hope is not a great word, but I know that where we're sitting today and what our increase is actually not going to be where we're sitting at today.
Speaking of time, Councillor Turley would like a question.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Chief Fry. With regard to the budget, the purchase of fire engines, trucks, and other equipment, is that considered, I'm assuming it's considered a capital cost, and when you refer to debt servicing, is that including an advertised portion of the actual cost of the vehicle on a yearly basis, or is that a totally different budget?
Through your worship to Councillor Turley, I'm going to send it over
Good plan.
to Finance.
Ms. Mercer.
Through the chair to Councillor Turley, yes. Purchase of a fire truck is of a capital nature and is such dealt with in the project plan, and in the operating budget is the debt repayment. The purposes of the presentation, yes, the fire trucks are amortized over the life of the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So things that aren't included in the draft budget, again, you heard from Mr. Rudolph that if you ask all staff where we need to be, we all believe we need a lot more staff, but we're realistic as well in the ask, and you know, wouldn't be fair to go to council and ask for 50 new employees. That'd be difficult for you to pass that in a budget. So we, as a senior administration, we've deferred 4 firefighters and increased our overtime budget. So those are on an ask, something that we haven't included in this year's budget. We have not included any changes to Viera, which is our training academy, and we just need to have some time to review that section of our budget and what that looks. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there is this director of public safety that's also the fire chief, and that was a 6-month gig, which was ending July 1st of 2018. So currently it's not included, and I'm hoping that you guys look at something or take an opportunity to provide Mr. Rudolph with some resources so I can go back to managing the fire department in the future. And I'm here for any questions.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. The 4 firefighters you need, if we were to build the new fire hall out in Hammond Bay, would that be staffed by 4 firefighters or more?
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner, to minimum just to staff a fire station, you will require 20 firefighters. So it's a 24-hour business, 4 shifts each with 1 for vacations, kind of cover off. Mm-hmm. The estimation nowadays for every 1 position, it used to be 5 bodies, but we're looking at it's actually closer to probably 5.5 now. It's kind of the standards coming out. So we are short, or you can't just put 4 in to build a new fire station.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Through the chair to Ms. Fry, I'm curious just what the cost of 4 firefighters is, like an annual cost.
Okay, through your worship, through to Council Gesselbrock. I believe our cost is, for a first-year firefighter, they're very reasonable. Nothing like that. 128,000. I'm going to, Ms. Fuller has some numbers there for us.
Please, Ms. Fuller.
Sorry, I'm just pulling them up here. So they go up in steps as they gain experience. So for the first 6 months, 2019 wage rates are $56,759. The second 6 months is just under $62,000. The second year, they're just over $72,000. Third year, $82,554. Fourth year, just under $93,000. And then in the 5th year, they're just over $103,000, and that's not including benefits.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? At this juncture, Chief Fry, I appreciate you may have more to say in a little bit, but I just want to express thanks on behalf of the people that this council represents. You in particular have faced a very difficult year, your staff and all those who work dealing with Tent City and lots of other issues and the fentanyl crisis. So on behalf of the city, thank you for your good work and for everything you continue to do for us.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Excuse me, Your Worship. I just
One
had-
more question.
Please, if you might. All right. How do you recognize or evaluate a at-risk or high-risk house for requiring smoke alarms?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Bonnet, that's a good question, and I do have an answer. So what we do know is that there's been studies done on the fires. A 20-year study has been conducted on fires across Canada. And what we do know is there are higher individuals at risk, which would include single family or single parent families with children under 5, Indigenous individuals, seniors. Seniors are twice as likely as any other age group to die in a fire as a result of a not working smoke alarm than any other age group category. So we look at those, and then we look at the rate of fires that we have in our downtown core. We had great analysis by our staff where we look at the fires that we have had and then look at circles around if they had working smoke alarms. And most of those, we were down in our downtown core, I believe under 20%. So less than, it was closer to 18% in our downtown core of fires we had a working smoke alarm. And the chance of someone dying in a fire is over 70% greater if your smoke alarm is not working. So we took the actual evidence of calls we responded to, plus the historical reports done across Canada.
And one more, if I may. Thank you. And do you, is there any statistics in there on rental and non-rental properties?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Bonner, that is not off the top of my head, but I will tell you some of the concerns that we're going to have in the future is that in 1979, when smoke alarms were required to be put in place in the building code, those homes are now over 10 years old, and a lot of people don't replace them. They think of it like a light fixture. So they only last 10 years. As far as rentals, we've reached out to provincially, not the city, provincially to the rental landlords tenancy groups to try and require them to test them upon a new occupant or a new landlord. But I don't have any evidence on rental off the top of my head that I can pull out right now.
Thank you. Councillor Martman and then Councillor Turley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Chief Fry. I know it probably wouldn't add up to a lot of money, but still look after our pennies. My understanding is historically that Nanaimo has never gone to the insurance companies for collecting back fire department charges in the event of a house fire covered by insurance, and that's something we are going to look into in coming up.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Martman, we're in the process right now of also reviewing our fire bylaw. What we are waiting for is changes to the Fire Services Act. Will now be the Fire Safety Act. So we will be included those changes in a new bylaw, and as well, one of our recommendations will be to charge back for fire investigations, which is what you were speaking to, correct?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turley and then Councillor Brown.
Yes, Your Worship, through Chief Fry, through you. I'll get there after a while. The question I have is with regard to smoke alarms. And did I hear you say that a smoke alarm is only good for 10 years? And are you referring to the battery-operated ones or the wired-in ones? Or both?
Yeah, through Your Worship, to Councillor Turley, both. So all smoke alarms only last, for manufacturer's recommendation and ULC, Underwriters Laboratories, of lasting 10 years. And that's one of our biggest concerns is even if it is hardwired, the light may be on, but it may not work if there's a fire.
Thank you.
I better get on it.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and to Ms. Fry. Building on what Councillor Armstrong brought up earlier about the Hammond Bay area, and then I believe a few meetings ago, Councillor Martman brought up about increased insurance rates where response times are lower. If that is indeed the case, has there been any analysis working with the insurance companies to figure out how much people pay in additional insurance per year, and how much it would cost to actually build a new fire hall? So what I'm kind of wondering about is, we talk about taxes, but if people are paying more for insurance, it might just be a better payment on their part to pay for a new fire hall.
Through your worship to Councillor Brown, I don't believe that we have that number in hand at this point in time, but it is definitely something that we can include when we come back in the future to council with that. And that's a very good point. Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, I think there's also a companion issue around building standards in the subject areas, and there's additional requirements by, I see Mr. Lindsay's not here, that would be part of that conversation, because in the absence of the fire hall, because of service delivery times, there's additional separation and setback requirements for houses in those areas. And there's been some concerns expressed by some of the development community about that, so it's going to push back to the development community about having to do that. But there's a companion set of issues around that. Attempt to rationalize that. So if there's a review of that issue that's coming back, there should be also a planning piece as well.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much for this portion of this morning's presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my staff for development of an appreciate.
And the next is bylaw regulation and security.
He's got a big pushback from the developers up there.
I'm going to ask for Mr. LeBerge to come up at the same time. He can stand beside me. I'd like to throw him on the spot. He's dressed nicer than me.
Ms. LeBerge, welcome.
So, excellent. We should do like a 5-minute stretch. And so we're going to talk a little bit today about an overview of bylaw services, parking services, animal control, and again, I'm going to ask if you have any questions. I have Mr. LeBerge, our manager of community safety, here behind me, and I know he knows all the answers, so no pressure for him.
I think council has all the answers, and that's worse.
So again, the bylaw regulation and security is an interesting division within the city and falls under, used to be the operations department. It's really all about public safety, and we did hear some comments this morning about the role of bylaw officers and how they contribute to public safety, and I'd like to recognize that. So under the bylaw regulation security, we have bylaw services, we have parking services and animal control. And we'll talk a little bit about, let me see what my next slide is. So the interesting thing with the, with the animal control is that we contract that out on a 3-year contract, I believe. Could be more. Wendy might know better. We contract that out to a private animal control contractor who does the animal control for the city. Parking services are in-house. Years ago, I believe we had a contractor provide parking services, and much of those are even on where many of you may have parked today. So in the underground parkades within the city, we have those. And then the bylaw services, which is really any bylaw that council adopts and passes. These fine folks are there managing those resources and responding to calls and complaints for service. We have one manager. Traditionally, there were two a few years ago. Again, they've lost a manager position. And we have a supervisor. I'm going to throw on that one. We have 9 bylaw security and parking section FTEs and 4 FTE bylaw enforcement officers. But the 9 FTEs are really the added 2 that we're going to ask for as part of this new budget. So, the overview, I'm going to give you just a quick. It's really a lot of the work that they've been doing over the last few years is and one of the big focuses is dealing with the downtown disorder. Council has heard from many individuals and businesses about the complaints of people sleeping in doorways. And again, we heard it's not a policing issue, homelessness, so it's up to our bylaw staff to help those individuals move along, to provide outreach and support for them, and to reference and work with some of our outreach teams. And they also get called for nuisance properties, unsightly properties, maybe noise bylaw issues. You heard some of them last night, and our bylaw staff would be going to those type of calls for service. The share of the budget, again, you know, it currently has 14 staff, so it's not like a large portion of it. It's 2% of the city's budget. Add that on to the 12 for fire, that's 14, and the, what was it, 20% for, you're about 35% of your overall budget is to do with public safety, give or take, and that is a little lower than other municipalities I've worked for, which is one. So some of the great things they've done this year. We were very fortunate to hire Mr. LeBerge, and he started back in August. August is the bylaws manager position as a manager of community safety. Before that, we had one of our supervisors step up into an acting role, which helped out, but also took boots off the ground. We made a recommendation for the community CPSO building, which it was called the Community Policing Safety Office on Victoria Crescent. That was in the core review, and I think it's something we may continue to take a look at. They worked with the Engineering and Public Works Department on the hospital area parking strategy. They've been chewing at the bit to update some of our outstanding bylaws. You'll see those coming before council, or probably council of the whole in the new year, including things such as the parks bylaw, public nuisance bylaw. They'll probably work on the plastic bag bylaw as well, so to make sure that they're done correctly before they get enacted. And as well, they've worked lots, we've had a lot of incidents and media scrutiny on some of the animal control issues within our jurisdiction this year. And while we all love animals, sometimes owners are not the most responsible. So, I just wanted to kind of talk about the increasing calls for service and the number of calls that they're responding to. And we can see that these are only not even projected to the end of the year. These are right till the end of October. We're expecting our calls for service again to go up with the downtown disorders and public complaints. We thought we would throw one in, a slide in, just to show you the impact of the homelessness and the encampment type of issues. So it is a large issue in our city, is moving into parks and green spaces, doorways, and everywhere else. And you've heard Mr. LeBerge talk about the point-in-time counts, and we're probably estimating closer to 400 homeless people within our city.
So just reading that correctly, it's about a sixth of your calls?
Yeah,
Ballpark, 300?
350 out of, yeah.
Out of 2,000, roughly?
25, yeah. And an interesting point is that years ago, bylaw officers would work as a single resource. And if they're going to an encampment type of call nowadays, they're doubling up for their own safety and security.
Your Worship, just on the calls, statistics. We have to be careful there because if you ask the question, the amount of time involved in some of the files, you might get a different answer in terms of 1/6 of the calls, perhaps, but maybe 50% of the time. I may be exaggerating that, but Mr. LaBerge might be able to comment on that, but because to get the complete statistical package, you'd probably have to see some other data as well. Maybe.
Lies, damned lies, and statistics,
Yeah.
I think the city manager wished to say. The three kinds of statistics,
That would be
or lies, rather.
That would be a fair comment, Your Worship. We have some property maintenance files that can go on for several years. But I'd say that my staff, particularly downtown, are interfacing with the homeless groups continuously, and probably a lot of their work isn't even captured in statistical analysis.
Perfect, thank you. So some of the key challenges for bylaws and bylaw regulation and security division for 2019 included, and will continue to include, homelessness encampments. Even with the addition of supportive housing, we do know that there will be individuals that are staying in shelters overnight or on the streets, or choose not to, or are not accepted into housing. So those people will still be in our community, and we need to continue to work with them and balance our response to them with the needs and requirements of the community. So we're trying to be as respectful as we can to every individual with balance. And some people will drive by and see an encampment and phone it in. And so really taking those high-profile ones that are not being good neighbors, dealing with those quicker. Many of you may have seen parking meters recently that seem to be missing tops. We are seeing quite an increase in vandalism and theft from our parking meters, so we will have to continue to find funds to remove those and come up with another strategy, which we'll probably bring towards council next year. Staffing resources, we've had a high turnover in staff, a few retirements, and people that have left for other employment. Nanaimo was a busy city and doing a great job, and sometimes people need a change of scenery. Again, implementing and rewriting many bylaws, that's going to be, we have staff that are inside resources that are continually rewriting those bylaws. One of our staff probably spends, I'm going to say probably over 50% of her time working on bylaws. And again, increased security calls. So doing the best job we can, and we've had the downtown community and the businesses downtown, a lot of times will call through to our bylaw officers if they have issues with individuals in the downtown core that may not be arrestable, but are being a nuisance.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Chief Fry and Mr. LaBerge. Regarding staffing, I think we heard Superintendent Miller earlier this morning make the point that it's, I'm paraphrasing, cheaper to hire bylaw personnel than it is to pay RCMP wages. I'm just curious about how our bylaw staffing levels would compare with other communities that are comparable size. Could I get a comment on that, please?
Well, it looks like I'm in the hot seat. Through your worship to Councillor Thorpe, we have not done that analysis at this point in time, but it's definitely something that we can bring back through to council and see what those numbers are.
Thank you, I'd be interested.
Thank you. Oops. Mr.
Just a comment on that too, Your Worship, we would want to disseminate the type of bylaw officers that exist in some of the communities. So I understand Kamloops has something like 18, but we have parking and we have different types of bylaw officers. So some municipalities may not have people involved in the parking arrangement. So again, we want to make sure that we're giving apples to apples comparisons on that.
Thank you.
Wow. So some of the key initiatives and what we did recognize as a senior leadership team is that the role of the bylaw officers is valuable, and we do need to increase that in specifically in our downtown core. We are put in the budget 2 FTEs. One of those you will see, or you heard yesterday through the hospital study. So one of those being partially funded through the hospital parking strategy funding model. And it is, will be, I think that, I'm just gonna look at Wendy to see if it's included in taxation or not for that one.
Ms. Fuller?
The position to the hospital area parking strategy implementation, so that position's funded by overall parking revenues for the city. The hospital area actually in the first couple of years wouldn't generate enough revenue to fully fund that position, but that position will also do parking enforcement in more than just the hospital area. So how parking works at the city, probably going a little off course here, we consider it self-funded, so parking revenues pay for our parking costs. So our bylaw enforcement officers that do parking patrol and the related costs to that. And then any net profit generated from parking goes into the parking reserve to pay for future infrastructure, such as installing parking meters in the hospital area or repairs to our parkades, that sort of thing. Although I should clarify there that the parking reserve doesn't actually have enough funding to handle all our infrastructure assets. We do have to supplement capital projects for parking from things like our general asset management reserve, because as you're going to find out, parkades are extremely expensive to repair and maintain.
Okay, so, and the other, so one FTE will be a parking person, as well as the other one will be primarily helping to support the overall bylaws and safety and security in the city. Other key initiatives, we just heard how expensive parkades are. So we have the Bastion Street and the Harborfront parkade, and we have traffic membranes, which is really the stuff on the roof above your head, and those we haven't done the best job in the past of protecting those or doing preventative maintenance on those assets, and that is something that we're continuing to do now, as well as it is part of a capital asset plan that our Parks Department staff and facilities are working on, helping us to do a better job of maintaining those assets. And as well, we do need a new vehicle to go along with the one employee. Any questions here? Okay. As you can see from the 2018 to 2019, it's the same kind of increase. Obviously, our services and supply contracts, primarily to do with contracts for our animal control. So that's where that big lump sum is. Again, we'll be relooking at that probably in 2020. You'll see that come before you again. Proposed changes, here we go. I have 3 are included there. Okay, good. So we asked for 3. That's right, yeah. I also asked for 40 firefighters.
I think the Grinch has arrived.
Yeah, so we asked for 3 bylaw enforcement officers for 2019. 1 as part of the implementation of the hospital parking strategy, and 2 to help address the downtown disorder issues. So really what we're finding is our employees that are working in the downtown, instead of doing parking patrol predominantly, they're dealing with a lot of the safety and security issues downtown, which is good. We really, it's all about the service we provide.
Councillor Brown has a question.
You bet, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Ms. Fry. I'm just curious, with the downtown enforcement, is that really during the daytime hours, or does that, like in terms of the weekends or the evenings, do these bylaw officers, are they present as well?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Brown. So it's Monday to Monday. 7 days a week we have staff, usually 2 at a time in the downtown area that are working, but they do not generally work beyond 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock at night. We do currently have security, contracted security through funding provided through council, 24/7 in the downtown core. And again, we have our RCMP on the 24/7. But there are no 24/7 bylaw officers. Most municipalities, you will not find bylaw officers working overnight.
Thank you.
Okay, so we asked for 3, but recognize that we would be really happy if we had any additional resources, and any additional resources would provide some relief and extra support for the staff. So senior management was very generous and permitted 2 of the 3 requested as higher priorities in our city at this point in time. The things that we didn't include, obviously, it's a 3rd new bylaw enforcement officer, which is an addition, so that's been removed as part of the request. And I guess any questions for myself or Mr. LeBerge, we'd be happy to take them now.
In order, Councillors Bonner, Armstrong, and Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to our delegation. I have a problem with the parking meters that have no tops on them. I think they're a bit of a safety hazard, so I probably would like to see them gone sooner than later, because I walk up and down the streets when I come off the buses and stuff like that, and they're quite sharp on the top. So with that thing, is now that we're moving to a situation where we have parking is done by license plates, is that regulated by somebody in a car driving around, or how does that work?
Mr. LeBerge.
Constable Bonner, through the chair.
Chair.
The parking meters downtown have been attacked by vandalism repeatedly to the point where we realized that we were going to have to remove all of them. Of course, this comes at some time and expense, and good folks at finance have helped us find some funds from other sources to have them removed, so we're just drawing up the budgets and the plan to have them removed, and would hope to accomplish that by the end of the year. I do agree they're an eyesore and a bit of a hazard. So those areas will be reverted to 2-hour parking until we can roll out the next phase of the parking plan, which would probably be over the course of the next year or so.
And then up here.
Yes, as far as the license plate recognition, yes, it's all done with cameras through a vehicle. We've just acquired a new vehicle for that purpose that's going to be going onto the road in December. And that's part of the anticipated plan to roll out LPR enforcement, both in the parkades, the hospital area, and even potentially around the university in the future.
And the reason I brought that up, and I thought I'd try and save the planet while we're at it here. So if we gave you another person, could you do that on foot? And then we would have bylaw officers walking around town as opposed to driving around town and get rid of a car?
Well, there's a number of resourcing challenges. I mean, as far as parking enforcement, the LPR technology is the ideal way of doing enforcement. And I'd like to keep that vehicle on the road 7 or 8 hours a day when those bylaw officers are working. But the reality is, because we have so many security calls, that often the officers are on foot actually dealing with security matters downtown, which park the car, which means no enforcement is done. But the LPR, when it does roll, it has one officer that can cover broad areas of the city, and also does all the residential 2-hour parking as well. So it plays many roles for us.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship, through yourself to Chief Fry. Did I hear you right? You're still the Director of Public Safety? Acting, sorry.
Through your worship to Councillor Armstrong, correct. I'm still the acting director of public safety.
And is that having an impact on your role as Chief of Fire?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, and that's in our budget still, right? That hasn't been removed? Like that position still has a budget attached to it? Finance?
Through your worship to Councillor Armstrong, and there is no current budget for a director of public safety. For myself, it was just an additional small amount added to my salary.
Through the chair, yes, the position was eliminated, so there is no specific position in there that looks after that.
Thank you.
I think we have your point, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you. Through you, actually staff, I'm just curious. We've all come off of the campaign trail, and during that process, we heard a lot about the reduction in staffing levels over the last couple of years, and most of those positions were to do with management. Now, in our budget this year, we have 7 new positions added, 3 of which have something to do with parking. And I'm not saying that that's not valid in any way, but I'm just kind of curious. That's nearly half of our HR additions, and they're to do with parking, or bylaws. So is this an ROI kind of example where we're not actually collecting on parking, and so this is going to help us smooth out those processes and increase revenues? Or is this really just getting kind of our base staffing levels back up to where they are, and then we go forward from there? I recognize that's probably a bit muddled.
Mr. Rudolph?
Is the question clarity on one of the things that you see is there's a presentation on every one of these deliberations on expenditures, but the revenue side doesn't show up necessarily as the offset and where that goes. So this has been a discussion at the management table on numerous departments, because we're only discussing the expenditures when there is a revenue stream that comes back. So that wasn't a driver. And what I'd like to say is this is a set of recommendations that staff are bringing forward based on a fiscal reality that we saw. The wish list was there. We came back to the management table. We were presented with what appeared to be the fiscal picture that we were inheriting or had, and we tried to find a balance in there. Now, in any of these positions, either the ones that have not been brought forward or the ones that have been supported, this is one of the decision areas for council in terms of coming back to this budget process. And we could break down in fact, you have done that, the incremental cost of each position and building that into the system. So this is one of the areas where you may want to go. The second is there is more of a robust organizational review that's needed corporately that hasn't happened yet. There's been some iterative moves taking place in the last 4 months. The formal appointment of Mr. Sims as the Director of Public Works, which was not there. He was in an acting role. The formal appointment of Ms. Mercer as the Acting Director of Finance has taken place. We've filled the bylaw position, the bylaw manager position. There's been a number of things taking place. There's still a lot of work to do, but there's sort of an overarching piece to this that's missing, and that needs a little more time. We've just not had it, given budgets, homeless, the tent city, and all the other issues that have been here. So we need to turn the corner on that and give you an informed opinion on how to, and that would be the responsibility of the Office of the CAO to try to map that out for you and give some options on how to move forward on in the interim. We are backfilling each other, especially between parks and the planning department. There's a lot of this going on, and this is the fire chief has done an exceptional job this year under very trying circumstances, and it was our point person for the several months down in Tent City, and was and that we've kind of shifted that, and with Mr. Laird Burge on staff, it's really helped. And also because it's become more of a planning issue, Mr. Lindsay has taken over sort of the lead on the file, but it's so there's a lot of moving parts here. We just need time to do it right. So we wanted to give you, and the unvarnished truth, I think, is what we've heard, and it is a bit varnished, to be honest, but or shellacked. There is, maybe you can form a picture in your mind of the corporate capacity and some of the issues that are there, and how do we move forward would be more of a strategic play, I think, early on in the new year. And that would be my recommendation.
I'm put in mind of a saying my granny used to have, too poor to paint and too proud to whitewash. So I think I can say to Chief Fry, if there's no further questions, and Ms. LaBerge, thank you very much for your presentation this morning, and thank you, Chief Fry, for continuing to carry the many burdens that the city has placed upon your shoulders, which you've carried with such grace and dignity, so thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. It is my pleasure, and I will continue to serve as needed.
We are recessed until 1:45. And can we get this clock fixed? It says 11:56. Well, no, it's almost accurate now. No, it isn't. It's not. It says 11:56 in the corner of my screen. No, that one's right. This one's wrong. Thanks very much. Let's reconvene, and it's Engineering and Public Works. Mr. Sims, you have a lot of support in the audience today. This is a good thing.
Thank you, Your Worship. That was my sound.
What?
I need to turn my hearing aids on then.
You're green on my screen.
I'll test again. How's that? Am I here? Thank you, Your Worship. It's a real pleasure and an honor to represent the men and women of Public Works and Engineering here in front of you today. Share a little bit about what we do, part orientation and part discussion about our budget and some of our strategic directions for the future. One of the things, the great pleasures for me personally, is that engineering, public works, indeed civil service for the entire city is really about community building. It's about public service. And so it's extremely rewarding to be part of that, and it's extremely rewarding to work with such an excellent team as is sitting behind me. Look at that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do. This is not necessarily how the department is organized. There is an org chart in your business plan, in your binders. It looks a lot more complex. From the public outside looking in, this is how we're organized. For instance, public doesn't really care that we have a transportation planning group and a transportation roads and traffic section of Public Works. They just care about roads. They care about sidewalks, they care about street lights, traffic signals, all of those things, bike lanes and that sort of stuff. The operation and maintenance resides generally, a general overview, operation and maintenance resides with Public Works. The planning, the capital works resides generally with engineering. But there's a lot of overlap, there's a lot of integration between the two departments. Some of the things that you'll hear today in my presentation, you've already heard. Some of them from other of my colleagues. And that's, again, because there's a lot more of an integration between our departments. And my personal observation over the last couple of years is that the relationships have strengthened, and in the last little while, the unity on the senior administration is striking. And it bodes well for your organization as a whole. So I talked a little bit about transportation. You'll be receiving a presentation next week at the council meeting on snow and ice control. That's a topical one. Hopefully not this year. It has been topical in the past, but it's always good to refresh not only council, but also the community. And that's not all transportation's about. As I mentioned, roads, maintenance, repaving, and all that sort of stuff. We'll talk a little bit more about that. The drinking water system, so we operate a world-class drinking water system. I'm a little bit biased on that, my prior role. But a 200 square kilometer watershed southwest of the city, and a top-notch 3-year-old only drinking water filtration plant, and then 600 kilometers or so of water mains and reservoirs throughout the city. The city operates the sanitary sewer collection system, so everyone flushes toilets, everyone takes a shower, everyone uses their kitchen sink. That water ends up in the drain on every single street, 500 and something plus kilometers of sanitary sewer. And sanitary sewer is a good example of sort of not only the entire gamut of engineering and public works. So engineering does a lot of planning, capacity studies, and making sure that there's capacity for growth, that we're not overloading the regional district's water or wastewater treatment plant, and the operations and maintenance crews just keep that flowing. So a failure in a sanitary sewer system is when there's a backup or an overflow, and we do not have many of those. So it's one of those things that runs in the background. Storm drainage covers everything from creek ditches, storm drainage pipes, inlets, and so on, and detention ponds all over the city. So I'm going to sort of zero in on that one in a little bit, but it's a rainwater kind of handling everything that falls from the sky. Sanitation and recycling is another big organization. It's focused purely at public works. It's an operation. We pick up garbage, and we pick up recycling, and we pick up commingled organic waste. That's a fairly operationally intensive and a very high profile in the public's mind. In fact, we observed that I'd like a number, but a very high proportion of our calls at front counter in public works is, you didn't pick up my garbage today. Fleet, the city looks after something like 400 vehicles across the entire organization, or the public works group looks after 400 vehicles across the entire organization, including fire trucks. Will help the chief fly by her new aerial apparatus, as well as everything from hybrids to electrics to pickup trucks to Zambonis. So that's our fleet group. Sort of wedged in the entire department is this group of capital projects. So today's focus is really on the operational side, but the operational side for capital projects means that we have a whole complement of staff that manages projects from stem to stern. Lastly, we look after cemeteries, and this one we operate 3 cemeteries within the city. We've got Wellington up off Cemetery Road, what used to be known as Cemetery Road. We've got Bowen, and then we've got the Townside Cemetery as well. This is an important and highly sensitive area of operation, and yet one of the challenges we have is it's kind of off the corner of our desk. So we're starting to see a larger piece of the pie taken up by engineering and public works than you saw with human resources or finance and some of those support departments. So in total, we're just around 25% of the entire city's budget. And I'll just note that we roll into that, the graph on the right, the pie on the right. The largest one is the general revenue side of things, the bluish one. The very tiny sliver is the sanitary sewer collection piece, and then the other is waterworks. And you'll come to learn that water and sewer are funded as their own utility. So all of the assets, the maintenance, the operation, and the capital is all self-funded. So people's paying their water bills covers all of that, including staff. And the same applies to the sanitary sewer. I would also note for this particular graph, we rolled the sanitation piece into it. that's the garbage recycling, and that's sort of lumped in with the larger wedge there. So just slightly more than a third goes to wages and benefits. We also rely on service contractors to do a lot of the maintenance and support, and that's what you see there. Materials and supplies, we're buying a lot of things like pipes and gravels and so on and so forth. Utilities, we're seeing an increased charge, and then internal charges and debt servicing goes towards stuff like the water treatment plant borrowing. Maybe I'll just take a quick moment and introduce, I'm going to back up a slide so we can sort of go by area. So on the transportation side of things, if I can ask each of our folks to raise their hand when I mention their name. On the transportation side, we have David Miles in our Public Works role, and again, that's the operations, snow and ice, and Jamie Rose. Did you guys stand up already?
Yeah. Stand up, Jamie.
So those two are charged with sort of the planning on the one side, that's Jamie, and then on the operation and maintenance side is David. And again, there's a lot of integration and support both ways. On the drinking water side, we have a blank chair over here. We've just installed someone in that role. He starts on December the 10th, and that will be Mike Squire, comes to us from the regional district, and looking forward to bringing him on board. Prior to that, he was with City of Parksville. But, okay, I'm going to skip over sanitary and storm for just a second and point to sanitation and recycling. You met Mr. Thompson last night. He's here. And fleet, as I mentioned, the manager of our fleet services is Jason. He's recently joined us at the following the retirement of Bruce Lavelle, who had been in the role for 25 years. Capital projects is largely under Phil and Mike, Phil Stewart and Mike Strain. And then the sanitary sewer collection, drinking water, and the long-range plan for that is handled by Doris Fournier, who's trying to avoid detection. That's the sort of planning for it. The operation and maintenance currently resides under our Senior Manager of Public Works, which is John Elliott. So that's one of the, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. And lastly, Senior Manager of Engineering is Paul Rosen. So you'll see him as well quite a bit. So Paul looks after, again, the sort of engineering side of things. John is charged with the Public Works and Operation and Maintenance side. I'm pleased to have them here today. So some of the achievements that we've hit over the past year, there's been a number of projects, but just sort of highlighting on a few of the major ones. So the big one, in partnership with the Ministry of Transportation, is the Northfield Boundary Highway 19A intersection. So it's been a good upgrade for safety. It's been a problematic intersection, one of our highest crash and locations for a long time. So that one's a good one. Terminal Avenue, you've seen, over the last 2 years, an upgrade to utilities, all of the underground, and more recently, surface improvements. Georgia Greenway will be getting under construction actually this week. You'll be seeing a lot more disruption to traffic and the traveling public in Harewood, but it's in support of this project. Estevan and Cypress are a couple of sort of tweaks to the streets. We've trying to bring in this concept of a complete street or road diets and so on and so forth. Estevan's a good example where there's 4 lanes. It's the traditional engineered approach where you just build more capacity, and that was kind of never used really. And so this was a prime target for squeezing it down to alternate modes of transportation, making it a little more friendly for cyclists and pedestrians. So we're building new bike lanes and of course new sidewalks. A lot of this doesn't include some of the stuff that comes to us already from development. So that's adding to the city's infrastructure. As developers complete their projects, they're also adding streets and so on. And a couple of other notable highlights, we've gone through the entire road network. We've got 500 and something kilometers worth of road, but we also like to term lane kilometers. So on a 2 or 4 lane road, you've got every 2 lanes is 2 lane kilometers, if you like. So we've done 1,100 kilometers of assessment, essentially the entire city's road to assess the condition of the asphalt. And we're getting underway with our LED streetlight conversion project on Falls Road in Bowen. So just a few pictures and samples. So Public Works side of the house looks after road rehabilitation. So this is repaving a road when it's in reasonable condition or starting to fail, but before it gets beyond, before the subbase fails. So this helps keep all of Nanaimo's roads conditions better. So this was just a sample that we just recently completed on Norrisy. The aforementioned Northfield Boundary Highway 19A intersection. So this is hopefully calming traffic down, and I will say there's no accounting for drivers. We've had a few challenges with drivers doing some weird moves out there, but hopefully things will settle down shortly. And again, Estevan, so creating a much wider cycle lane and some landscaping on the street, hopefully to help keep the traffic calm down a little bit. This is a big one. So roundabouts are coming into vogue all over BC, all over the country, in fact. And this is a double lane roundabout, which is news and new, and it took some adjustment for drivers, but I think things are again calming down, and it's just retraining people. So this allows access off of Rutherford into Lindley Valley, and of course to Nelson. On the drinking water side of the house, so large pipeline was completed this year. This provides redundancy, and so when engineering and public works and IT, for that matter, talks about redundancy, it's in a good way, and we want that sort of backup. So we would call this a redundant water main, but it also allows an increase in capacity to serve the entire north end. About 70% of the water to the north end goes through our College Park system, and that's what this main is supporting. The emergency water pump station that's listed, that's due to go out to tender very shortly, and it'll be built in 2019. It's an agreement that the city and the Nanaimo Forest Products, who operate the Harmac Pulp Mill, have to exchange water in the case of emergency. So in 2011, this was the agreement. We've piped the city's water to Harmac, and for us to get the water back, their water to our system, we need to build a pump station. So that's what this is for. It's taking essentially the water, their raw water, and pushing it into the city on the theory that some water for firefighting is better than none at all. Chief Fry mentioned the Nanaimo Lakes wildfire, and this was an event that was surrounded by, or was led by BC Wildfire, but Public Works and Engineering had a major role in this. We planted a person, Mr. Miles, into the regional district's emergency operations center, so that we had that intelligence of what they were experiencing, because they were getting briefing directly from the wildfire branch. And they were evacuating people on the South Forks Road and on the backside of Mount Benson as well. So we started our own emergency operations center, but just within the department. So we call that a departmental operations center. So that ran for a solid week that this was an emergency. And it was good training. It turned out to be a training event, and we were involved because this was within a few kilometers of not only the water treatment plant, but also our intake. So as serious of an event it was still a good opportunity to bring staff through it. We have a number of public works staff that are interested in taking more and more emergency management training, which helps not only the organization, but also the group. So a couple of other, we've updated our water metering strategy. We've had 28,000 meters in the city that we've relied on one supplier for a good number of years, and this was an opportunity to go, okay, how should we approach going forward? So that'll be something that we'll be ramping up over the next 5 to 10 years, is a sort of a complete replacement of our metering, our water meters that we rely on for revenue, and using this strategy as a sort of a go forward. And the cross-connection control program on drinking water, the basic premise when we supply a resident or a business with water, we don't want it back, other than through the sewer system. We don't want it back into our system. So cross-connection control is a means of preventing that backflow into our system. So we've been ramping that up. Council adopted the bylaw earlier this year, and we've hired a position and just sort of building that database for that role. On sanitary sewer, a number of improvements. This is, again, a not very exciting thing unless something goes wrong. And then, but it's testament to the operation of the system that nothing's really going wrong. One of the notable things we did was replace the odor control system at Protection Island. It's outdated, older, and a number of complaints. Doris' group led the townsite sewer master plan, which is just sort of planning for capacity and future growth within the townsite area, as well as dealing with that evil inflow to the system. Mr. Lindsay mentioned the Departure Creek, and so we were, a number of departments were supporting that project. I was the only one, though, to put a picture in there, so there. Another one that's kind of exciting, you may have heard, this municipal natural asset initiative it's been sort of in the press about, with Seashell, and we've maybe been a little quieter, but Buttertubs Marsh was sort of calculated, what's the value of that if we had to provide that in hard infrastructure? So Buttertubs Marsh provides a service in inflow, in runoff for the Millstone River. And it's something like $8.2 million is the value of Buttertubs Marsh, a natural system. So that allows us to bring that into our asset management program and have some sort of a maintenance regime for it. So that's a national initiative. Mr. Rudolph touched on this yesterday. This is a biggie.
Councillor Gesselbach has a question, please.
Through the chair, just curious a bit more about this natural asset management, and is that something that is an increasing movement to look at the different types of assets like that, you know, in the community and add them into budgeting and that?
It is. Thank you, Your Worship. This is something that's been sort of germinating just in the last few years, and we'd like to see it expand. This was a pilot on a national level, this particular initiative, to sort of set some parameters or to get a better understanding. So it could be everything from what value does having an urban forest contribute? There's what monetary value, can you start to put things like that? Buttertubs Marsh is another classic example. What flood protection does that provide? So it's going to be something growing forward. In our asset management policy, Ms. Mercer talked about that the council adopted in the spring. We've included a line in there for considering. Didn't want to make it too hard and fast because there's a lot of learning yet to do, but for considering the role of natural assets. So yes, it'll be valued and maintained.
Great, thank you.
So as Mr. Rudolph mentioned, solid waste management. So this was a major shift. It's a big one for the community, and it's had its a little bit of a bumpy ride here and there, but by and large, we'd say a good number of, in fact, by far the vast majority of people are very happy with it. That's the feedback we're getting, and it's working really well. The 28,000 homes, all the way up to fourplexes, we're picking these bins. We insourced, or we brought in the service of recycling, whereas prior it was a contracted service. So that was a big thing. That was without an increase in staff, although not without an increase in challenge. Recycling is a little bit of a bear to handle.
Can you offer any comment to council around injuries related to the new collection system versus the old?
That's an excellent point. Thank you for asking, Your Worship. You heard also Ms. Mercer and Mr. Rudolph talk about the WorkSafe claims. And I have a sneaking suspicion some of that is from previous years, like 2015 or 2016. During the snow events, we were injuring a lot of drivers because they're stepping off of trucks into snowbanks or trying to heave or shoulder repetitive injuries. So I think we expect that, I think there was a figure of $300,000 to $400,000 in savings in premiums going forward, and hopefully we'll catch up to some of that. Does that number ring a bell, or am I just kind of, no, okay, maybe I'm doing what people like to do, is called wish cycling. So rather than, I wish that we would overcome that premium. So we've not seen any repetitive strain injuries and that type of injury in our drivers since this program's been implemented. So that's encouraging. Another biggie in this particular program is that bringing in or adding the service of commingled organic waste, in other words, yard waste, along with kitchen waste. So much bigger bins, and people are doing stuff like yard clippings, that's easy. Branches, that's another easy one. Fruit, there's apple trees that just pollute your yard, people scoop them up, throw them in the green bin. And so we've seen an increase of 50% in our weight that we're taking in the green bin program year over year. So that's an exciting development, hopefully an exciting service. It has its frustrations. Some people are finding that grass likes to stick in the bottom of their bins and it can't get out. Anyways, all of those are tiny little operational issues, but they're irritants to the public that we're trying to address. So I mentioned a large part of engineering works on capital projects. There's an entire group of staff that capital projects right from start to finish. So in 2018, 37 projects at $37 million. But that's probably not far off the average. We can, as low as 30, as high as $50 million in a year, but generally around that $40 million mark. That's a significant achievement. I just showed you a very few of them, and those are the higher profile ones. So the restructured approach to project management, in years past, it was a little bit more fragmented. And so under Paul and Phil's leadership, they sort of adjusted things. So now we have assigned project managers right from start to the finish of the project. So they pick it up at the beginning and they're accountable, responsible for the budget and the scope right from 0 to 100, right to the end. And in, I believe it's 2 weeks, you'll be receiving another presentation on our revised project management framework. So this was sprang out of the core review and subsequent follow-up with a Deloitte report that recommended, a number of improvements to structuring the way we manage projects. My own personal view is that we've always managed projects well, it's just that we haven't followed a particular structure and we haven't advertised how we've followed this. And this project management framework elevates our game a little bit, and so it fits well for Nanaimo and how we manage projects. So you'll hear a little bit more about that in the future. So I was having a conversation with my daughter over lunch. Went for a little walk, and we're talking about the doom and gloom in the world. And Councillor Martin mentioned some of the comments made by our neighbour to the south about climate change and how it's not, just a high-paid scientist. And it feels like there's a lot of doom and gloom in the world. And I hate to sort of contribute to that, but at the same time, I think it's where's our focus? If we can keep it away from the neighbor to the south and keep it on our municipality and make our own corner of the world a little bit better, I think that's healthy for us. So one of the challenges, you heard a little bit from Chief Fry and Mr. Laverge on parking. So there was a manager in the bylaws department that was dedicated to parking. That position was eliminated about a year and a half ago. And a lot of the sort of issues that were dealt with or handled by that manager came to the engineering group. And so it's surprising. Again, it's the second, in my own personal observation, sort of high profile. You didn't pick up my garbage, and hey, there's a car parked in front of my house, are two sort of hot button issues in the community. So our transportation group is taking that load on. You'll see in the business plan that, the transportation master plan that's been in place for 5 years views a shift in the mode of transportation, getting it away from cars. It's still likely going to be the majority of trips that are taken in Nanaimo, but ideally we want to get more to other modes, more sustainable modes. It would be really nice to have sort of that sort of champion within, that coordinator that can just sort of start educating the public and creating space within the organization to think about this sort of thing.
Councillor Brown?
The global things you'll see
Sorry?
within...
Mr. Sims, Councillor Brown?
Yeah, sorry.
And then Councillor Gurry, Ms. Gurry rather. Not elevated yet. Or how shall I say, diminished perhaps.
Your worship, mine's really quick. I was just going to say to Mr. Sims that we're having some feedback that he's a little bit hard to hear, so if he could talk closer to the microphone, that would be great. Thank you.
It's not the bad kind of feedback, it's just you getting, okay, got it.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Mr. Sims. I appreciate your comments there around the transportation master plan, because I firmly believe that the true vision of a community is not articulated necessarily in the OCP, it's in the budget. And for 5 years, there's been very little love given to the items in the transportation master plan other than building infrastructure here and there, which is great. And I think Estevan and around the hospital area with respect to active transportation has been a great shift in the philosophies of how we are building our city. And I was very happy to see that we are developing complete street standards. I think by the end of 2018, the RFP will be completed, and then in 2019. But with that said, we do know that active transportation is good for healthy communities, it's good for environmental reasons, but it also can have economic benefits when done correctly. And sort of considering the 5 years and the lack of funding, as much as I like to see 1.2 kilometers of bike lanes have been built, to me that metric is less important than the actual outcome of how many people are biking, and are we realizing incrementally the goals that we set forward in the transportation master plan. So what I'm wondering is, would those projects be better advanced if we did have a position dedicated to active transportation? Because I noticed in the actual business plan, the author does make a note that the workload of transportation engineering group exceeds the capacity, which makes proactive planning and advocating for active transportation difficult. So just like your comments on that, and if it was the will of council to start to prioritize items that are 5 years past date, in my opinion, is a dedicated position important to achieving those goals.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Brown. I appreciate the comments and the question. Is that better? You hear that better? Okay, I'm too far, too tall. It's never been a problem before, ever. So, Your Worship, one of the, you'll see a later slide that we've actually, one of the positions that we haven't brought forward to this budget, just because of the volume has been discussed, is an active transportation coordinator. Yes, I think it is important having a dedicated role, that somebody that can educate the public. Mr. Rose talks about if we can convince the kids that are in public school now to just be used to riding their bike rather than getting a ride or driving everywhere. When they get to age 16, they kind of make that value judgment. Do I really need a driver's license? Maybe not. So that's an important piece. One of the thoughts in the planning of the business case for the various roles was that the day-to-day we're snowed under. It's trying to keep the lights on kind of stuff. And that's the position we've asked for or proposed to council, is that parking coordinator or street use coordinator. That would be for 2019, and ideally in 2020, we'd like to see that active transportation coordinator brought into the budget. That cover? Any other questions?
Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you, through you to Mr. Sims. This is interesting. I'm not sure if you were in the room this morning when we heard from Superintendent Miller regarding a mental health officer with the RCMP. This is another opportunity or another potential that I see with a crossover with the health authority. As you were speaking about children in the school district becoming active and seeing that as a value, et cetera, et cetera. These are goals that are shared by the school district and the health authority. So I'm really glad to see that this is on the books, hopefully, for the very near future. And I would just like to, I guess, offer some commentary that that would be a really natural and easy partnership with some of our major partners that could possibly help build those relationships and further everyone's agenda along these lines. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Just to maybe further that, Mr. Harding, Mr. Rudolph have set up a sort of a senior staff level meeting with the school district, and so that's where these kind of issues are discussed. Mr. Rose's transportation group is already significantly active with the school district on the Safer Routes to School program. So we've four in this year, we've sort of created a Safer Routes to School work in that. So I hope that helps. So I appreciate Council's indulgence.
Councillor Brown again.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Is there an approximation of how much a budget impact a position like that would have?
Can I defer to Finance, Your Worship? I believe we've done some work in all of the positions, but I'd prefer to confirm it.
Ms. Mercer?
Yeah, the impact to the budget would be about a 0.11% increase.
And how much is that in dollars?
Do we have dollars?
120.
Yeah, about 120.
114,000.
So in terms of the general comment, the last bullet, as you heard from Mr. Cuff last week, as we're standing here, the infrastructure beneath our feet is aging. And so this is a universal problem. We've, as a society, we're really good at buying new shiny things and throwing them away. We're not so good, maybe at, society speaking, at looking after the high quality items that we already own. And that's really what I'm saying there in asset management is that piece.
Councillor Turley?
Yes, Your Worship, through to Mr. Sims. I'm asking this question now because it kind of refers to aging infrastructure. Before the election, I was referred to a paper based on how to increase levels of groundwater and other levels of water, and they were talking about permeable type surfaces. And I don't know if anything thought has been given to that, or whether there's any new developments in that field that you're aware of.
That's a good question. Thank you, Your Worship. And the question came up from Councillor Armstrong yesterday on a sidebar that, you remember the stretch along in front of the golf course where we had popcorn pavement, and that was pretty good. It lasted for quite a while. I believe it was a cost thing, Dave. I'll look to, do you have a recollection, or John, on the permeable or the popcorn pavement on the, was it cost that's kind of limited that program? Is that?
Yeah, and the wear pattern in order to get longevity out of it, which that did provide a good long surface. It was a hit and miss because we had many, we did Rutherford Road in the same mix, and it failed miserably. So, yeah, it was a bit of a hit and miss at the time. The product has improved greatly since then. So, yeah.
So just to repeat for the microphone, so there's two applications that I was speaking of. One of them is this sort of popcorn pavement that helped with drainage and wear. It was, sort of hit and miss. It worked well on the highway. The city tried it on Rutherford Road, and it failed quite badly. And on the porous pavement, this is where we sort of cross over into stormwater management. We try and, prevent rainwater running off the surfaces quickly and allow it to percolate through. It works well in places where the subgrade works well. So if there's an ability for the water to soak into the ground, it works. If there's not that ability, then it'll sit underneath the pavement and create damage. So one of the...
Councillor Bonner's next, and then we have, Mr. Rudolph, do you want to comment now first?
Just wanted to add, Your Worship, that the subject of impervious surfaces is something that also is relevant in the private side of the line in terms of private parking lots, whole development standards, field, even anything in parking lots and that type of thing. Is if there would be an interest in some point in time to explore that in terms of what our development standard requirements are for paving and that type of thing. On the off street, you might see more opportunities for traction on that impervious or pervious surfaces for parking. Do they all have to be paved with a certain way or whatever? So it's not just in the road rights of ways. It could also apply to parking lots, the vast seas of parking lots that you see around developments and that type of thing. And even our stormwater systems and directing rainwater off of roofs into the ground as opposed to stormwater facilities. So it's a bigger subject, and I think you're just hitting on a corner of it with your question, but I just wanted to mention that.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually have a bunch of questions, so maybe I'll just wait till the end, because I literally have a lot of questions. So.
Thank you for your consideration. I'm sure Mr. Sims is excited to hear that. You've inspired interest. This is very good. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm also, thank you, Your Worship. I'm conscious of the time and the position of my presentation and getting a little bit nervous here. So please listen faster. So one of the things Ms. Mercer mentioned was CMMS. So that stands for Computerized Maintenance Management. And so that would be a big part of how we would take on the role of monitoring, managing our maintenance of mostly our linear infrastructure. One of the challenges that we have is growth. So we're excited to have growth and new streets and new water mains and so on and so forth. The quiet challenge with that is that our infrastructure continues to expand, but we have not actually expanded our staff. So to look after that infrastructure. And it's okay for a little while. And we can get away. It's like having a new car. You don't really need to do much to a new car. You don't really need to do too much to a new infrastructure. But sooner or later, it's going to catch up. And I think we've been static for a good number of years. And we're kind of, we're managing by less focus on the maintenance side of the house, more focus on the operation side of the house. So making sure we're always going to react. We're always going to react to a water main break. We're always going to react to a sewer being backed up. We're always going to react to a snow event. On the maintenance side, where we can get into prolonging the life of infrastructure to help our asset management, is where we're starting to get squeezed. So some further challenges, you'll hear more about this as time goes on, but one of them is that the access to the port lands, the south downtown waterfront lands. Currently, the main access is over the trestle, which is load restricted, was built out of those lovely timbers that, at some point in the very near future, nobody will be comfortable allowing traffic over that anymore. So in the very new year, we'll be constructing a primary access. We call it the Front Street Extension down to the port lands, pretty much to the Helijet terminal. The challenge is that there's a railway crossing there, the barge landing for the railway, which can interrupt that access for extended periods of time. So we're looking at funding secondary access off the end of Farquhar, and we need to ensure that we work with the railway Currently, it is funded in the budget, but we do not have a bridge funded, and we've funded a level crossing. Another piece that Mr. Rudolph may have mentioned to you earlier, this is on the stormwater management side of things. For stormwater infrastructure, drainage infrastructure is currently funded out of general revenue, so out of taxation. Many municipalities, in order to sustain the funding and to keep up with managing those assets, whether they be natural or man-made, are looking at stormwater utilities. So that's for now, it's just on our horizon, but just wanted to mention that to council. And climate change is the story of the hour, and it will continue to govern a lot of what we do. We're in the midst of a sea level rise study, and we're looking at, how does that impact development, flood construction levels, and so on, and then what can we do for mitigation? So that's ongoing.
Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Sims. When will that study be ready?
I'm sorry?
When do you anticipate the completion of the climate change, sea level rise study? Pardon me.
We've got sort of it's an FCM grant of Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We've got sort of the stage 1 draft, and we want to share it, and we want to be careful how we communicate it.
Yeah.
Because so often these things are at the high end or the extreme end of, we don't want to create undue alarm, but we want to be able to communicate them in a way. So phase 1 is in draft form. We expect in the next few months that we can be able to communicate that publicly.
Great.
Phase 2.
Don't be moving to Protection Island from Gillespie.
Okay, so that might be a little bit later. Mr. Lindsay, do you?
It'll be next year, 2019.
Good, so.
Okay, thank you.
Soon. So just a couple of other, just to sort of touch on our public works yard. You hopefully get an opportunity to see it. It's old and it's tired, and it's, for example, the fleet management facility, the shop, needs a $2 million seismic upgrade. It's a concrete block building that we can't push things into anymore. We can get them in, but the back end of them sticks out, so it needs a refresh. And similarly, the balance of the facility is looking rather old. It's not been budgeted, but we're in the midst of understanding the space needs of the entire department and how that can work. Just looking ahead. Another issue is our capital projects to keep up with our asset management plan is heavy. So we've actually incorporated some contract services to help with project management, and it's a good thing. It's an easy fix, but we lose that expertise and we lose that project history. As I mentioned earlier, cemetery management is kind of off the corner of our desk at this point, and we'd like to start thinking about how we can improve that and offer a better service and more of a cohesive service. So not so much doom and gloom into the initiatives. One of the big ones is integrating and taking the opportunity. Myself, Mr. Harding, and Mr. Lindsay have been talking about how can all of our departments sort of find, common themes to go out to the public with, so we don't have engineering talking to the public about this issue, development talking about that issue, and parks and others, so to integrate them. I would reflect that over the past year that integration has happened. It's just staffing has made it come together. It's been quite exciting. So a couple of key points here on water is to update our 12-year-old water supply strategic plan. So at the time we looked at, we would need a new water source by the year 2020. That's coming up awfully fast. The flip side is we've seen a great deal of conservation, which is deferring the need for that new facility by a decade or more. So it's just to try and gain an understanding of when that will be. And in cooperation with finance, we'll be working to update our sewer and water charge-out fee bylaws, so how water is charged for. So talk a little bit about, again, the public communication, and one of the things that we're really focusing on this year is on improving our recycling efficiency and trying to speed things up there. We're looking at purchasing another, or rent-to-own, a used truck so that we have it for I'm going to use the R word, redundancy again. So when we have a breakdown in one of the main fleet, we've got something that we can put into the field, or it can support some of the recycling. In a nutshell, recycling is quite challenging to collect and compact and so on. So that's what the piece is there. So you've seen this graph. The drivers for the increase, I would say, from between 2018 and 19 include that truck that I just spoke of, a large increase in electricity charges in utilities. I think you saw on Ms. Fulla's chart yesterday, 153,000 for BC Hydro just for streetlights. That's an increase, not just what we spent. There's a chunk of money going back into the snow reserve, 170,000, and I believe there's money in here for routing software, and that'll help, hopefully, as we keep adding new addresses to garbage collection. We need to sort of maybe make some adjustments to our routing and find some efficiencies there. Reporting, so I'm going to just back up. So that's close to $23 million is the, I'm sorry? Okay, sorry. So close to $23 million on 2019. Different scale for sanitary sewer, we're around $4 million. This is nominal increases, no increases in staff. And I would say the same for water. There's a little higher increase, again, with electricity to run our water treatment plant. So the proposed changes to the budget in front of you include the parking and street use coordinator that we spoke of a little bit earlier. As I mentioned, the parking manager was eliminated, and a lot of that work has fallen, the day-to-day work has fallen to our transportation group. One thing that will help is expediting some of the transportation reviews that often get referred to the group from the development services side of the house. So we'll be able to feed back that loop and hopefully help development services remain as efficient as possible. The other piece is the Public Works clerk and dispatcher. For years, the front office at Public Works had 3 staff. It was eliminated a number of years ago down to 2, and this is really just trying to get that back up. We've seen a massive increase in calls for all manner, and so this is probably one of the highest demands in the entire in my entire department, I should say. So new garbage truck, we've talked about that. Ms. Fuller mentioned that sort of putting the order in for next year so we can have it ready for 2020, and the routing software as well. The hospital area plan, again, you've heard that one, so this is putting that into play. It will be hiring a new bylaw officer. That'll be administered by bylaw. And we can talk a little bit more about that. And then there's a couple of grant programs that will help various businesses transition to different things. So not included. So over a few years, we'd like to see an increase in our project management staff. This wouldn't be right away. That might be over 2 to 3 years to help with clearing this huge volume of projects that we have. An asset management specialist is another one. We'd like to have that. That would be ensuring that our projects are prioritized and spaced based on risk and sort of in a consistent manner, not just by guess. As I mentioned earlier, the utilities at Public Works used to be managed by a single entity, and that position was eliminated a couple of years ago. And so now we have our senior manager of Public Works overseeing the largest group within Public Works, which is sewer, water, drainage operations. And that kind of interferes with his ability to lead the department strategically and sort of responding to that day to day. So that's an important piece, very important, but it's not been included in the ask. spoke a little bit about the active transportation coordinator, that we have a business plan or business case for that. We've proposed that one. Similarly with the traffic signal technician, currently all of the maintenance of our 52 traffic signals is done through a contractor. And this is, we've seen other communities usually a traffic signal tech for 30 signals. So this would reduce the reliance on the contractor and allow some emergency response if necessary. The last one on the list that we didn't include, we have a business case created for, is the recycling policy advisor or an educator. We see some good value here. I think it's, there's an amount of money in the budget that was contributed to the recycling exchange, and that's money still there. That's still available in the budget. So it wouldn't fund a complete person, but perhaps with the partnership with the regional district, that could be included. And the value in this position is, the more auditing we can do, the more public education we can do, the more we can reduce contamination of both our green waste and our recycling, and hopefully that'll help drive our rates down. The rates in sanitation proved to be one of the largest cost drivers in setting the rates. So a little longer than I wanted to go, but that's the intent of the sort of narrow the window for questions. Maybe that was deliberate.
Thank you very much, and I must say, in fairness, Councillors Thorpe and Hemmons have beat Councillor Bonner on the list, so we're going with Councillor Thorpe first.
Thank you. I wanted to get in
Got his
first.
light on.
And I won't take long. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Mills. Your very last bullet there just reminded me, Mr. Wills, Sims, sorry, public education. Not a huge event, I'm sure, in your annual calendar, but such a successful event was the Public Works Open House that you held at the Works Yard and invited classes of school children to tour around and visit displays to find out where their water comes from, where it goes, what happens when you flush the toilet, and all that fun stuff. And so well attended and so popular. I got a lot of great feedback from that. So I just wanted to mention that as one of your little success stories that you didn't have time to fit into your slides, but very worthwhile and a great example of public education.
Thank you, Your Worship. And it's true, as Councillor Thorpe has alluded to, that's one we're really proud of. I think, kudos to the staff sitting behind me, but also the crews that took it on. They were really enthusiastic and love to share what they do. And I'm sneak peek for next week's agenda. There's an award presentation for that National Public Works Week coming.
Oh, excellent. That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Sims, I just want to share that my kids went on that trip. I thought it was fantastic, so well done. So I just need you to kind of say in layman's terms, I work in healthcare. What is a parking and street use coordinator? What will be their job?
Okay. I've got a couple of notes on that. That's Mr. Rose was kind enough to share. Do you actually want to come forward and take that? I appreciate it. Mr. Rose is quite articulate, so it'd be good to hear.
So the parking and street use coordinator, the parking and street use coordinator is going to be a part of my department to manage the calls we get in for requests for changes to parking regulations and to review issues relating to parking demand, turnover, parking meters, things like that. And the job is also going to include the support for processing street use permits. So these are parades, these are filming, these are any sort of on-street activities that are sort of outside of the typical day-to-day functions.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Sims. I probably should have asked these questions as we're going along, but I was writing away. But street lights, you're in the process of replacing some, as you mentioned, on Bowen and Alts. How far are you along in that stage? And the reason I'm asking is I've been talking and talking about the idea of us installing smart lights as opposed to just LED lights, whereas smart lights will carry us forward for many, many years, whereas LED lights just make us savings. Is there any way of relooking at that and with the idea of incorporating that?
I think we're very, if we haven't, yeah, so the project is awarded, so the lamp, there's quite a process to go through to figure out the lamps. But I think it's something, the point is well taken, that the ability to improve not only dimming and so on and so forth. I believe that's technology is available, but not necessarily the other pieces that you've referred to in the past, which is the communications type of stuff. So that's not, it's a little bit late for this particular project.
Okay.
But in future projects, I think we'll see that.
Okay. And you, I was quite surprised here to realize that we don't own half of our streetlights. We only lease them. What is the rule on that thing with BC Hydro? They're their lights and we just borrow them or pay for them?
We pay for them based on a certain charge, and they get to them as far as maintenance. On the maintenance side of the house, there's an entire database that the public can actually access online and say, oh, there's a street light in my neighborhood that's out, and it'll feed back to our Public Works group, who then notifies BC Hydro. They've got their own system, but yeah, essentially we lease the lights from BC Hydro.
So they would probably be harder to get those ones installed with smart lights. We'd have to go through Hydro for that. Solid waste collection. We have a contract right now with a company on 10th Street, I believe, to do our recycling.
The contract, that was the contractor that, it just so happens to be, that was the contractor that did the collection. Since, say, July of this year, we've been 100% in-house. However, they're contracted through Recycle BC to take the city's recycling at that facility.
And how long is that contract for, do you know?
We just renewed it with Recycling BC, David? The 5-year contract? So it'd be another 5 years with Recycle BC.
Okay, only reason I was thinking that this might be something that the city or the RDN may want to take on doing its own recycling as opposed to contracting it out. That's why I was asking about the time frame. Capital projects. In the past, we've seen a fair amount of carry forward in terms of financing for these projects carrying forward the next year. Would the person that you're looking at hiring be able to make that we'd be able to get these projects going without and have less carry forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an interesting subject. So the carry forwards are often reported on a year-to-year basis, so January 1st to December 31st. That's not necessarily how we run projects. So some projects naturally extend into the next year. We may not start them until the fall of the year. Having said that, there is a large, we'll call it a backlog, but also an anticipated growth in the number of projects and the value of the projects that we're facing. So that's what the project management staff would help move along for sure.
Okay. On new subdivisions that the developers are installing for us, how long does that infrastructure last before we have to start paying for it to pull it out and put new stuff in?
It varies that's contained in the asset management, and it might be a good question to talk about next week when we have that seminar. But in general terms, you know, each of the assets that get built, or whether the developer or the city, has a sort of a rough lifespan. It doesn't mean that it all behaves accordingly. Like we might say asphalt is 40 years, whereas a water main might be 80. So each of them will vary.
Okay. And when we do talk about asset management, will we also be talking about the cost recovery in terms of how much taxes does that particular development produce? And will it be able to pay for the infrastructure when it comes up for renewal?
That's a deep subject. I think
Yeah.
we've seen the increase in development over the last year is, approximately $1 million worth of revenue. Whether that pays for itself, I'm not sure that there's a direct correlation between this much brings this value of infrastructure equals this much taxes over its lifespan. I'm not sure if that has been done. I don't know if you guys have seen that, yeah. Yeah, it's really a good one too.
Yeah. And it may be worth our trouble. There's a number of cities in the United States that are going bankrupt because they can no longer afford to upgrade their infrastructure because they don't get enough taxes on their single-family dwelling places. So I think that's something we probably should be looking at as we go forward. One other thing. Oh, could you give me a short description of complete streets?
Complete streets, I can show you the pretty picture we included. So the complete streets is considering all users essentially. So it allows the public space not only for cyclists, pedestrians, some street furniture, it just creates a more livable street. That's a real quick and dirty and not nearly as articulate as I'm sure others could.
Do we have an example of one of those around here?
I think we're getting close with, say, Estevan. So I think that was a good example. Of course, we didn't go all in, and it's not necessarily a commercially fronted street like you see here, but it did create bike lanes, it created a landscaped area, and gave the cars quite a bit less room, actually.
Finally, of the ones I think are important here, you mentioned earlier that some of your biggest calls are, you didn't get my garbage today, and there's a car in front of my house. Do the public have the ability to text this information to you instead of calling people up and bothering them?
That's an excellent question, Your Worship. I think there's been discussion in the past about a 311 system, and that we would hope could be incorporated into some of the works, like some of the software pieces that Ms. Mercer was talking about, the enterprise resource management that we placed into our accounting, as well as the CMMS, the computerized maintenance management, would allow those kind of inputs.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Turley, and then Councillor Martman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Sims. I'm just looking in under, I think it's page 14 on the key challenges for 2019 under fleet. You make reference to a milling machine, and I'm curious as to what that is.
I'm sorry.
Make reference to a milling machine?
Oh,
Sorry,
yes.
a milling machine?
Right. Yes, thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Turley's question, a milling machine is an asphalt milling machine. I used to know them as a grinder. So it's a large machine that will just essentially plane off the top little layer of asphalt, and it allows us to bridge cracks or potholes and repair.
Thank you. I was worried you were making molding for houses.
Yeah, that's another one.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just wondering, this is looking way ahead, but I see that you had said that the Renew the Water Supply Strategic Plan in 2020, and some communities are now purchasing their watershed land so that they can protect their water for sustainability. Is there any consideration to Nanaimo purchasing our watersheds? I think we're in agreement now with Timberlands.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a large subject, and I suggest that we put it on Mr. Rudolph's flag topic. It's come up fairly regularly in front of the city. This is 200 square kilometers of property. At one point, about 12 years ago, I did an estimate of about $155 million just to purchase it. And then you can ask the Capital Regional District how they're making out with looking after their purchased lands. It's essentially they're practicing forestry on their own lands to maintain the property. So that's a real quick nutshell, but it's a worthwhile topic to get into.
Thank you.
Yes.
No further questions? Mr. Sims, thank you to you and your team for coming out today. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize for going over time.
Council and the mayor take that responsibility.
Mostly.
We actually are set for a short recess. I know Mr. Harding is anxious to step up to the plate, but perhaps we'll just take 10 minutes till 5 after 2, if that's all right.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I hope so. Am I on now? Am I ready to go? Thank you very much for having us. And as you're right, so whenever we do these kind of presentations, I always say to groups, well, we can do an overview of Parks and Recreation, but what we really want you to do is experience Parks and Recreation. So you can utilize the one gift I gave you anytime throughout my presentation, and please stop me anytime when you do a presentation. I also give you two other things, which I think are always good to reference, and also as a way we can market it whenever I can, is our activity guide, available at any of our recreation centers, and also online of all the different programs, all the way to March this year, and then our new ones for spring, summer will come out in March also, so stay tuned for another one. So always, if you're looking through that, and whenever I do a presentation, I always encourage people to open up your Parks and Trails Explorer Parks brochure. So again, people who are watching online, council members who may have not seen it, open it up, because as we're talking through the presentation, we're really talking about everything inside those white areas and all the green bits and facilities, and the red bits are all the trails. So whenever we can highlight those, we like to do that. Also be just as you're looking at that, which I'm glad you are, but as I am on your binders, I'm section 13, and we will be referring to a few pages in that as I go through the presentation. So even if you turn now to page 3 of section 13, some of my staff are here to be here, and also they're willing to answer any questions too. So just want to introduce you to them. And they've also prepared to sing their favorite verse of their favorite song as I introduce them to you. Individually. No, they're not going to do that, but this is, we're going through this. My administrative assistant, Jackie, and I'm asking to stand up, Jackie Farrell, my administrative assistant. She keeps me organized and many of us organized throughout the year, and tries to keep me on task, which is difficult.
A task.
I'm going to go through the aspect here. Kirsty McDonald, our Parks and Open Space Planner, is not here, but it means I mention her, as you'll see her in lots of different park functions as our parks planning continues, and particularly in some of the projects that we're working on. As I go through, Al Britton, our manager of park operations. I'm going to go do our recreation people last, but Art Groot is our manager of facility planning and operations. You'll see Art as this today, and then you'll see him next week, particularly in our project, and as we get into our asset management, because our facility section, you'll see it does a corporate function of all our facilities. Mark DeMecca, manager of facilities. And another corporate function, thank you. Another corporate function is Scott Pamager, who's our energy manager and also our asset management for civic facilities. And you'll see Scott coming back many times talking about different energy and sustainability projects as we go through them. Our aquatic section of Laura Clarkson, aquatic manager, and Damon Johnson, also assistant aquatic manager, keeping all our pools, lakes, and things going. Then we have Elizabeth Williams as one of our recreation managers. And Darcy Osborne, who's our arena manager, is on vacation, so she's not here. But last and definitely not least, Mary's going to. And I'm going to embarrass Mary right now. Keep standing, Mary. So after 34 years, the reason I'm saying now is because I don't think we'll have a function with council. After 34 years and 6 weeks, Mary retires. After great services in Nanaimo. Nothing personal, so I want to make sure you had that. Thank you very much.
Well, if I can just jump in, having known Mary for a few years, I think this may be the opportunity. There may be another opportunity, and if there is, that's great. I'm always happy to speak twice, like some members of council. Just teasing. Mary, sincerely, you've done a wonderful job for this city, and we're grateful for those many years of service, and I find it hard to believe, and it's an edgy thing to say in 2018, but hard to believe you could have been serving for 34 years, did he say? Started when you were 10. Well done, well done. Thank you very much on behalf of city and staff and council and everyone here.
Thank you, Richard, for that. So, and as we go into our presentation, if we turn into now the, well, actually, let's look on the board here. So as we just mentioned, we're broken into three main sections. We have the recreation services section. Initially, we still have 131 FTEs. I should start with that one. What I also mentioned on that is, although we're a very large department, you'll see it. I always like to start a presentation with saying, even though Parks and Recreation is a very large department, does a lot of things, still the provision of recreation services, sports services, a variety of things are still done by an amazing amount of volunteers, nonprofit organizations and groups and organizations, which a community needs to have and continues to have. So that even though we'll show lots here, there's behind all this is all the volunteers out there. Recreation services, I've mentioned, is made up of aquatics, arenas, recreation services, responsible for 5 major recreation facilities, 4 minor facilities, we'll talk a bit about that, and other leased facilities. So again, I can't remember how many we have, well over 80 different leases and licenses and agreements with groups and organizations throughout the city. Parks and Recreation section, operation projects related to parkland, trail, park buildings, those are outbuildings, and amenities. Facility section, again, a lot of operationals for our recreation facilities, but also assisting corporately in asset management for facilities, energy management, infrastructure renewal, and we'll talk a bit more about that. And again, stop me anytime you have any questions. So just a little bit on the recreation section. We mentioned some of the areas that we have, the different facilities. Just a few stats there. Over 47,000 programs for registrations. Again, another plug with our activity guide, which all those programs and drop-ins are in that guide. 480,000 drop-in public admissions. 15,244 memberships sold. 21,000 hours of community rentals. Again, that's from hockey to soccer to different cultural groups throughout the community, special events. And 235 community outdoor events hosted in parks. So that's, again, working with groups and organizations for everything that would fail Sutton Park throughout the year to all the different sports venues, park venues throughout the city. Park operations maintains over 1,000 hectares of city-owned parkland. This space is divided into over 180 kilometers of trail, over 70 playgrounds, 29 sports fields, 3 artificial turf fields, 12 off-leash parks, 5 community gardens, and other amenities. We can't list them all. Again, that's why I gave you an Explore Parks brochure, because it lists all the amenities on there and all the great places to go see. Also works with in different levels of service, destination parks, downtown parks, natural areas, neighborhood parks, sports fields, trails, and utilities. And also includes environmentally sensitive areas and undeveloped parkland. So we estimate now probably over 80% of what we do maintain or have as a city in our parkland is what you would consider natural area, which is quite a shift over the last 30 years.
This is an unfair question, and I don't expect you necessarily to have an answer, but if you do, 1,018 hectares versus the total land mass of the city, any idea where we stand vis-a-vis other cities of similar size or geography?
Right, and those numbers don't include Buttertup's Marsh or Newcastle Island or some other provincial or Morel Sanctuary. Yeah. So we're doing quite well, I would say. Now we have all this area. One of the things we do need to work on, and this we'll get into when we talk about the next Parks Master Plan, Parks and Recreation Master Plan, is how do we develop them to a level that the public wants and expects, and then maintain them. So we have a lot of land now that we do need to continue on with some park plans, some park improvements. And we'll talk about that as we go into introduce the Parks Master Plan. Facility section, again, this is our corporate service, but also we have a number of high-end recreation facilities that take a lot to operate, particularly the aquatic center and the arenas. Main focus of the section is parks and recreation facilities, including operation, maintenance, repairs, and upgrades. Also responsible for energy management across the organization and asset management, as I mentioned, for all civic facilities. Provides project management to a number of groups and organizations, as you see there, for their buildings and services. Provides maintenance support for our cultural facilities, so particularly the Port Theatre, Art Gallery. As I mentioned yesterday, Mr. Lindsay, we have co-management agreements with them, and in all those agreements we have very specific who maintains what we work together on, both operationally and capital for all those organizations. Now I do have to tease my facility guys here a little bit, because you'll notice every picture, the different sections sent me different pictures, and this is actually quite an improvement over the years with facilities. Any idea, Council, what's missing in these pictures? People, yes. But this just shows how passionate they are about their building. So this is actually quite, these that's outside picture, typically they would have asked for pictures, it's of a brand new shiny new boiler or a pump or the cross section of an HVAC. So this is actually an improvement, and if we're here next year, do it, hopefully they'll maybe add a few people. I don't even know when I've seen the aquatic center without anybody in it. So they actually snapped that shot, so. But they do, yeah, and if we get some tours in some of our facilities in the next Wildlife Council, you'll see how passionate they are about their HVAC pumps and fans and so forth. Here's the budget. As you see, we are one of the larger departments, particularly in some of the wages area services. We also, though, as you see, we are actually have a lot of contracted services, lots of materials and supplies to keep facilities running and ongoing. On the achievement side, again, I thought I was on a word count until the engineer, director of engineering came, so I didn't list everything. So if you do want to reference page 5, 6, and 7 is some of our achievements. We didn't go through all of them. Here's some highlighted ones again with it, but on those we'll talk about some. And even then, we can't mention them all. We do over, in Parks and Recreation alone, over 100 different capital projects, big and small, and then again another 30 working with some of the other departments with their facilities. Some of the highlights though this year is the covered sport at Harewood Centennial Park, and everyone keeps thinking we just built the covered space here, which is the new component, which is covered and full lacrosse, but we also totally rebuilt the old Lions lacrosse box back here, brand new. That included a complete rebuild, removing the asphalt, recycling the asphalt, and redoing it with exact same boards but outdoors. So we have one outdoor box, one covered box. Again, quite an achievement there. And also include the roadway in this year, which totally kind of opens up that park. And if people haven't been to Harewood Centennial Park in years, it's quite an active and happening place. Very, very excited to have this opening. We've only been open really about 6-7 months now, and this is our first year really where we'll see a lot of that use coming in, particularly the January, February, March, April of next year, where we'll see a lot of growth. The other one is our completion of the artificial turf field. This is our first real co-management or co-development with School District 68, which we have a very good agreement with this project. And as Mr. Sims mentioned, we do have a great relationship working with the school district at staff level, but also, and we'll see that in the new year, our collaboration agreement between the school district board and yourselves. And we'll have some sessions with you on that, with a number of ideas where these sets of things were able to happen because of that relationship. Again, we'll just have this one. This hasn't had a full year of operation yet either. Probably this January will be our first full year in operation. Some other achievements, you had to put the boiler in there, so that's for Mark. We replaced the original boiler at Bevan Park, conducted condition assessments and pre-designed city-owned facilities rotary bowl. So these were really still, I consider these, even though the land deal was at the end of last year, the agreements and the purchase of Roxman Stadium and Rotary Bowl, and then are working with these organizations. Roxman created a new society, which we now have a co-management agreement with them, and working on this facility, and also a co-management agreement with the Track and Field Club for the Rotary Bowl. But with all those, we've been doing some condition assessments, and you'll see as we come forward, particularly with this Roxman Stadium, an improvement plan that looks at how do we upgrade this facility over the next few years, including next year working on lights. Some other aspects, LED lighting upgrades through energy side, but also for our facilities at Oliver Woods Gymnasium, NAC, underwater lighting, VIC Parkade, police station parking areas. And you'll see this a lot in our discussion, is completion of facility optimization assessments and implementation at NIC and NAC. And these are, and Bevan, these are really getting our facilities as even though they're older buildings, how they can be optimal in their operations, both in energy, but also in comfort, so heat, air quality and such. We have put this one in. This is, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I'll talk about it more now, is that transition. So after 21 years of most recreation areas having a program called CLASS, we had to transition out. That's been a major project and change for us, which we're still working through, but it is up and running. So we went in with a bidding process with 25 other municipalities across BC. And our software went live August 22nd this year, and includes new outline registration, web recreation. So this is definitely a program that's out there. We're working with it. We're one of the, we're early implementers, so we're earlier on. We thought we'd actually be a little bit later on, but we were earlier on. And definitely work in progress. Issues we'll need to do to improve, as with the company and other places are finding. But we're off and running with it. Some other achievements in recreation. Recreation Center replaced flooring and upgraded Oliver Woods. Those haven't been to Oliver Woods, very, very busy, active place. We need to redo the floors yearly. This was a major redo of the floors. Pilot project with Island Health Youth Hub at NACS. This is also a partnership with the school district. One of our goals is constantly trying to find different ways to integrate health into our recreation facilities. This is a pilot we started last year of doing a high school drop-in in a space that we have at NAC. We're working now to move past the pilot and actually have full development of that space in the new year. So that's a project with the school district again, but particularly Island Health working in there. What we'd like to see is how that expands to having more health related facilities, services within our facilities. It's very common. You'll see that now. It's really that integration of recreation and health, that recreation is really not just a benefit of health, it can actually be a solution to health. So that's what we're trying to work on, and definitely the health community sees that also, and where we can work to integrate that more and more, we're doing that. Also coming up, the Senior B National Lacrosse Championship, a great success, again, to the volunteer organization of lacrosse that made that happen. All credit goes to them. They put off a very, very good event, and only heard good things about it from the organizers and for those who participated. And now we just found out that we will be hosting with hockey training camp and World Junior Hockey, two teams for the training camps, and that's coming up next month. Some key challenges, again, I didn't list everything. So if you look at pages 8. I thought there was a couple more pages, but pages 8. Some other key, you'll notice a few of those here. Asset management, infrastructure renewal challenges. You'll see that as we go. We talked about a number of our facilities getting a little bit older. This is Kent Hut, it just shows a piece of maintenance on it. But as a number of our infrastructure is aging, it's how do we renew it? How do we make it fresh and usable for the community in programming and other uses? So that's a continuation. As you'll see, it's a common theme with Director Sims talking about his issues, and then of course recreation facilities, other facilities of the same thing. Homelessness issues in parks, this has definitely been a big issue this year and continues to be an issue. So how do we continue to make sure our parks are accessible and open to all, and homeless people as well, at the same time ensuring that other uses are also happening and everyone's as comfortable as they can be in our facilities.
Councillor Armstrong has a question.
Thank you. Your Worship, through to Mr. Harding. Sitting on the Public Safety Committee, we had Al there numerous times talking about the issues with needles. Is that still a big issue, and how much staff time is spent on collecting needles?
It definitely was a major issue in the spring, winters and spring. The consolidation of everyone at Tent City definitely lowered that issue. Still is an issue. We're now monitoring it again. We still have that person. Council provided us funds for one staff person 5 days a week or more to go out every day and go throughout the area. So we're monitoring that and keeping data on that. We'll have to get back to you on how it's changing in the last few months, but definitely last winter and spring was very, very difficult.
Follow up, if I may. And are we still doing the Pauline Herrera School, like Comox Park? Is that still built right into your Parks and Recs mandate to go around every day and do that park?
And again, linking that with the school district and also with their security, but again, it hasn't been as big as an issue this as it was last spring and winter.
Okay, thank you.
So far, we're monitoring it.
Awesome,
as
thank
it
you.
goes.
That's good news.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our delegation. I remember a couple of years ago, I think at least, there was a report, I think, that came out regarding accessibility issues in parks and need to improve on that. How has that been going over the years? Because I don't see it listed in your accomplishments from last year.
Right, I think there was a presentation once that it indicated we only had one accessible park, which I went back to that delegation and explained that was not the case. And I sent some updates to council at the time. So we have a variety of accessible parks. What I think what people are saying is we have 100% integratable playgrounds. And so we have a number of accessible playgrounds, but as the challenge of making something completely accessible and updated, it is because there's more and more populations we're being aware of and learning more about. So it's not just physical access, but it's people with everything from hearing issues to maybe autism. How do we make those kind of playgrounds integrated for all? So one we're working on right now with the Child Development Center is the redevelopment of Mathail Sutton playground. So that will be, we believe, a truly integratable or accessible park in many different ways. But we do find, we also, if people are letting us know issues about access, then we work with them on finding different ways to make it accessible. I think that presentation was really about playgrounds, not about parks being accessible or facilities.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Just one of the changes here is changes in monitoring ammonia plants based on the tragedy that happened in Fernie. Definitely heightened the number of issues regarding ammonia and how ammonia plants are being monitored and maintained. So we have some changes with that we've been working on. And we also have a major capital project coming up this year, which we'll talk about in a little bit, of renewing the chiller plant at Frank Crane, which also we're looking to do a lower charge of ammonia, which helps lower our safety risk with ammonia there. And again, if there's any questions on any of the other challenges, I want to mention this, well, some of the challenges too is as we go into this portion here, the Parks Recreation Master Plan, which also includes a facilities master plan in there, recreation master plan, and also updating for others. A lot of those challenges are things we'll be able to test with the public and engage it with the public, or what public really sees are some of the challenges and issues and needs. So even though we have a lot of them listed here, we also seem to, as we flesh that out, because our master plan is definitely out of date. It was last done in 2005. We've been behind in renewing it. We have it in the work plan starting in 2019, which with a completion, we hope early 2020, if not sooner. So that's one that you'll see us working on quite actively in the new year. Again, it's typically updated every 10 years. Master Plan policy will identify current and future requirements for parks and recreation services. And again, that term will be broadened, as I mentioned earlier. So much of what we do now is maintain natural areas, so the environmental management of parks and services, park areas will definitely be in there, as with some of the overlaps like that Mr. Sims mentioned about active transportation, environmental management, cultural facilities and cultural issues, so they're all overlaps. So that is a major one coming up. Any questions on that? Maybe I'm always the last one on the last day. Maybe that's why I bought bubbles, so maybe everyone one more bubbles to get you going. I mentioned the chiller plant. We may be coming to you for an early approval for this project, because we'd like to get that tendered and ready as soon as we can. So that we're ready to, when the ice comes out in April or March, that we're ready to go ahead and do that work. We definitely need to do that this year. Fees and charges review, you'll notice on one of the charts, I'll notice that our revenues are basically just shows a straight line, and that's really because we always update our fees and charges bylaw every 3 years. The last time we updated it was, the last increase we had was 2015. So we, again, been on a holding pattern with that for a few years. And we definitely need to address that. And we have a bylaw with all our fees and charges. And again, it always comes to council for review and of course approval and improvement of that bylaw. Harewood Youth Park phase has 2 phases. We're planning right now phase 1 for the Harewood Skateboard Park in 2019. Again, that was all part of an overall master plan for Harewood Centennial Park. Last year was the cover space. This next year will be the skateboard park. And then Roxham Stadium installation of field lighting for 2020, but a lot of our work with the society and other aspects for it will start in 2019. It'll be a two-phase of lighting in Roxham Stadium. We have a lot of lit fields in Nanaimo, but we've never actually had a lit baseball field or softball field. So this is definitely something we're behind on achieving. And now that we own Roxham Stadium and working with them, it's a natural place to provide that service.
Councillor Sturley and then Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Harding. The Harewood Youth Park, skate park, I seem to recall a group from that area giving a presentation to my Rotary Club about building up a fund to build that. Is that the same project, or is that, okay? And did they actually raise money?
They've been very active, and there's actually a number of, as we break it down how it's all paid for, we have a lot of deferred revenue from different rezonings in the area. That, for example, is one that have been allocated to that. We have the Knowles Estate funds that will be allocated to that. And they're definitely fundraising for it, and we'll work on it with other groups in order as we get closer to that project. We still need to get it approved in the budget, and then we'll continue to work with different ways of getting it happen.
Councillor Bonner.
And no surprise, my question was the same thing almost regarding the skate park, because I remember them coming to our Rotary Club as well. I don't actually remember them following up and actually getting any money for it. So I guess my question is, since Rotary likes to donate to things like this, and we have the Rotary Bowl up at the north end, Rotary Skate Park, is this something the city would actively do and going around to various service organizations and asking for them to pony up a bit?
Right, I mean, we did that for the north end one. I did that one when we built that one. It was an active one for it. It's one of those things, it's been on the books for a while, though because of is it larger scale one, we wanted to make sure we had the true costing in, so that council's aware right off the bat, here's the true cost, here's what we do have in some deferred revenue from other projects. We can still do some fundraising, and we will, but we needed to show the full budget in, so we can actually achieve that project. But absolutely.
Okay.
And we think it's also was one where we did the north end, one where we actually went to the different concrete suppliers, and they gave 1/3 each on some reduced concrete. So there's a number of opportunities for that. Okay. Draft operating budget. So you'll notice, just similar to others, wages and salaries are our most fluctuations, but also we do a lot of contracting out, and we also have a lot of materials and supplies. So you'll see the fluctuations in that area. I did want to show our debt servicing reduction, but we have some other issues that's actually going to go back. The actual debt for the aquatic center is finished off at the end of 2020, which would have brought our debt servicing down. Some of these numbers here actually show anticipation of if council chooses for the Harbourfront walkway aspects, but our debt service would have actually gone down to 0 at 2020. But we can talk more about that. This slide here is draft operating expenditures, and again, I want to just highlight our revenue line here. So we net around 23 million, 25 million in operating expenditures, but we take in over $8 million in revenue, which offsets that. Again, that right now, that bar is straight across, and it should be showing, well, I'm not sure what it would actually show on the angle, but it would definitely not be flat. But we've been flat because we haven't updated our fees and charges since 2015, as mentioned before. Questions? There's a picture of the skateboard park.
I do have a question, actually, in terms of...
Want me to go back, Your Worship?
Yes, it doesn't matter. Nearby municipalities, even Victoria, Saanich, in terms of the fee structure around, for instance, the use of a pool or whatever, where do we fit, if you can answer that?
I cannot. When we come to you, we'll show you those comparisons. We actually come with it.
Yeah.
I think for drop-in swimming, we're probably around the same with everybody. Probably our ice rates are a little bit off right now. And then some of our rentals will be off. Liz or Mary, any comment?
I would say that was on the high end of additions based on Vancouver Island.
Okay.
And Wilcox Island. Marinas, we have a lot of room there.
And again, we've always normally do this, we're just behind on this component, and it's definitely, the reason I mention is that when it comes with the fees and charges bylaw, it's not your favorite report or bylaw to approve, but we do again, we do a number, some engagement with the public, awareness of the public, we do some theories of why we have fees and charges. It was always I would say it's a continuum, right? We have one end where the user pays 100%, and the other end where the taxpayer pays 100%. Really, it's a balancing act in between that continuum of what taxpayer wants to pay versus what the direct user will pay.
Yes, Ms. Mercer.
Your Worship, I just wanted to mention that we have gone out and we got a contractor who came in and reviewed some of our user fees, of which Parks and Rec was included in that. There's been several delays in the contractor getting us the final report, but he has promised that he will get that to us early December, so we will be bringing the results of that back to you probably next year.
Thank you. I had no idea you anticipated my question so thoroughly.
And just some challenges, again, we've gone to 24/7 monitoring with our ammonia plants at Bevan Park right now, based on some issues. We'll continue on that, you'll see that in the budget. This is the one we've asked for a couple of years, and this is really, we had an events coordinator a number of years ago, we don't have one now. It was in a different type of position, but it's really to help all the groups, this isn't for us to go and do events, this is really for us to help all the many groups and organizations that do events, and this is really, I hope that it's like a kind of a one-stop shop that they can come, all the issues, be it police or fire or where the barriers can come from, all the different aspects. It's really working with groups and organizations, everything from our rinks to our fields to our parks. And we used to have it, this is proposing to put it back in, and again also helps with all our different cultural events, also cultural event planning. So that's there. And then the other one was putting back in the youth park. I think there's a question.
You have to nudge him a bit.
Councillors Bonner and Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship. On that point, as special events coordinator, is there any money behind that position to help them help out with money for the events? Or is it just the person themselves?
It's just that this right here is the person itself, but there are some granting programs. Mr. Lindsay mentioned some grants yesterday, 100 and whatever, for some cultural events in the downtown. And then there's also some cultural event grants that the groups apply for. And there's also sports event grants that's actually administered through, there's sports event grants.
In your experience, if they had another 200,000, would that be used up in a year?
For grants?
Yeah.
Again, there'll be an interesting discussion more on how do we want to achieve some of the special events and help groups. Because one of the things we can continue to do the grants, but then we still find the issue at the end of the day, how do they deal with all the details of running an event? Because we're still finding some of the locations. So Maffeo, for example, 150 events last year? Over 150 events in Maffeo alone. Downtown did some more events. It's really that capacity of where, because we still have to find the venues and then work with those groups and organizations on it. So it's more of strategically, how can we do more, and maybe space them out the different ways, but also definitely be there as an assistant to them and bringing in tournaments, events, things like that.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, through the Chair, to Mr. Harding. So that position, if that was to come back, would they be responsible then for coordinating all the events in the whole city, so that, like, let's say, when the Gay Pride wants to do their what do you call it, parade, the parade? Would that person then be responsible for helping with that to ensure that the proper permits are getting, the police are there to do their security and traffic control? Is that what part of that would be?
It is, and that's a good example, is something, an event like that. We're already in a major event, but it's really to help the groups and organizations. They're all volunteers typically.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they're new, and so how do you help them organize their events? So the coordinator's not out there putting up the barricades and the pylons, but they're definitely helping the different groups and how to link with the different sections of the city, and also just how some best practices of running an event.
So from-
And also, this was also be helping with a lot of sports events too, particularly our field allocations and.
As a follow-up, if I may. So again, going back to, we lost the DNBIA, which did a lot of that work downtown, looking after like all the functions, like, so again, would that take on part of the role that the DNBIA used to do for us?
Yeah, it could, and actually when that position was moved out, we worked with the NBA to take some of those issues on.
Okay, thank you.
Part of that function did go to the Economic Development Organization too, and that was gone, that wasn't brought back.
Thank you very much.
And then Harewood Youth Park, we also have some other project changes, I believe, in the other part of the business plan. Just some general, but I've also mentioned some of the many, some of the increases in wages, but also some of our contractor and just similar to engineering, our utility increases. Was there another one, Your Worship? Question? So just on tourism, I put this slide because it's not with Parks and Recreation, but it's something we're working on now, as it was in some of the transitions this last year. So previously managed by the Nanaimo Economic Development Corporation from 2017 to 2019, operation contract was managed by Tourism Vancouver Island, and is still managing well with Vancouver Island up until March of this year, April this year, April of next year. End of March. So we have, right now we're underway with a RFP. Just want to make sure council's aware of this, because we will come back with you with some updates on it. But it's definitely an operation that's underway. Right now, the total budget for this one is 600. I did my notes here. Just have to get to it. 659,570. 558,000 of that is marketing and some grants. And then visitor servicing is 101,000 on that. So the RFP has been out, it's closed, and we're currently reviewing submissions. Some changes, we're asking, some changes not in the budget. We mentioned earlier some of the custodial issues and cleaning up the parks. We did not put some of the, so at the end of December, some of the assistance we've had this last year, additional hours for custodian, that'll come to the end. With Perfect Mind, we are working away on the allocation side of things, so we have put in for a temporary level of service to help with our allocation clerks for this year as a temporary position. And then also we had a number of management positions removed over the last few years, and we did not put any of those back in. And got us in with an active shot. So Your Worship, that's our presentation. Pleased to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just off the top of your head, would you know how much it costs to build Oliver Woods? And the reason I'm asking is the folks out at Chase River at the last community engagement plan really wanted an Oliver Woods stuck out there.
Right, and actually, to the Chase River, under our last Parks and Recreation and Culture Master Plan, that's one of the most outstanding issues we have not addressed, is a South End Recreation Center. I'd hate to say it off the top of my head, because it really depends on a variety of issues, even right down to where we actually build it, for the land conditions. Depending on the square footage, between 15 to 20 million, depending on what we're building. If we're looking at something similar to Oliver Woods. We could, if we could actually do something and say, well, if we had to build Oliver Woods now, what it would cost, if that helps.
Yeah, and maybe for a year or two down the road. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're next week, I know we're doing in some of the project sections, project planning. We can have something then based on square footage, similar builds, what we could do.
Mm-hmm.
That one was to a LEED silver, so there was a lot of extra costs in building it to LEED silver, LEED gold at the time. So some of those technologies now advanced, so hopefully some of those costs wouldn't be as significant.
Okay. One other question, if I may. What would this won't cost hardly anything at all compared to that. How do we get the lights back on the trees in downtown Commercial Street?
Even today, as you're working in here, Mr. Lindsay and I have been working on ways of how we could resurrect that. So We haven't even talked to our CAO about it though, because we're just trying to figure out at the last minute here, what could we do? And then, so we're just trying to figure out some ways of doing that. So they were all there. The lights themselves were in poor condition 2 years ago when they're taken down. But most of the infrastructure there and also the relationships with the different business owners we used to plug into their buildings, those issues are there. So we're trying to look at that.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Mercer, I think you can illuminate us, perhaps.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Bonner, the cost of Oliver Woods Recreational Centre was approximately $10.8 million. That's the historical cost. So what that same building would cost today, I don't have that number, but the actual cost that we spent to build it at the time was 10.8.
And that was when?
2010? 9. Built in 2008, opened in 2009. So 10 years ago. So I might not be well that off my guess.
No.
Any further questions for Mr. Harding? Thank you very much. An important part of the city's budget. Lovely to see your staff here, and congratulations again on a happy retirement.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, to Mary. Oh, no, Richard's not. Oh, no,
I've been wished that a lot.
I've only been gone 2 weeks.
Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, just to bring a close today, we were talking at the staff table here about just doing a bit of a recap and then a reminder about next week and a little bit about process. So, so I'll let Mr. Mercer speak first and then do a couple of comments and then ask for feedback on any specific issues that we might miss in terms of things to bring back. But there is certainly process next week to go through these various issues in more detail.
And we have question period as well. Yes.
Correct.
So we just wanted to provide a quick overview of what the budget associated with what we've talked about yesterday and today resulted in. So when this budget package was presented, your budget binders were presented, the information we had at that time was that the tax rate was 5.03%. In the time that we produced this binder and presented to you, there was a few rate changes for pension, CPP, EI, and the most substantial was WorkSafe premiums. And that has resulted in an increase of 5.41%. So we just wanted to make that clear that your budget packages represented the 5.3, but in reality, when we come back to you with a bylaw, it will incorporate those increases along with any changes that you make between now and then. Just wanted to recap that our projected user fee increases for sanitary sewer user fee, there was a 4% increase for 2019. Water user fees are going to increase at 7.5. And sanitation user fees are going to go to 170. And to recap, we will be bringing the bylaw for first 3 readings on December 3rd for these ones, and with adoption hopefully on December 17th, so we can start charging these new fees January 1st. Oh, that's big. So just to recap with the new tax increase, we just wanted to update the impact on a typical house. So with a 5.41% tax increase, the property taxes on an average house in 2019 will be $2,099. It's a $108 increase over a same valued property from 2018. User fees for water, sewer, and sanitation will stay the same as what we presented with you before, for a total of $156 for an average house in Nanaimo. So those are the kind of the quick review of what we talked about in our business plans. And so just to keep that in front of mind. And just again to highlight, these were the positions that were put in, the 7 positions that were put into the budget and the projected impact on property taxes for each one of those positions. And again, you have all of these in your budget binders, so.
Councillor Armstrong, pardon me, Councillor Turley first.
Thank you. Well, if you want to go first, that's okay. Okay. The question I have on the previous slide with regard to the tax rate, or the, is that the gross amount, and then the
homeowner grant?
Seniors and
Yes.
whatever else comes off after?
Yeah, it comes off after that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I think we heard today that we're missing quite a few manager positions, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The only ones that were in, the only management position that was added to the budget was the communications manager.
And just so I just have to make sure, the COO position, there's no budget for that right now?
There is no, it was removed from the 2018 budget in the spring.
I think for discussion purposes, does that mean that we're going to have Chief Fry continue to do that role? I think that's something we need to look at as a council, because somebody has to fulfill that role. So, and if we don't have that built into the budget, who does it?
Mr. Rudolph.
But that's a large question attached through the chair to Councillor Armstrong about the org structure issues. What you're talking about is a layer of the organization that previously existed, the GM level, that was removed and then was rebuilt with other labels, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Financial Officer, and a Sustainability Officer. Those 3 positions were subsequently removed and eliminated over the past 18 months, and the funding for those has been eliminated. So in the interim, the departments have, before my arrival, found a way to reallocate to make sure that the lights stayed on in terms of the organization, the various service areas that you see. And there's been some cross-pollination in certain areas, and certain things have been carved up and put into certain places, but it is in a bit of a holding pattern until a more comprehensive review is undertaken and places us where we need to be. So there are a number of acting roles taking place right now. In terms of the fire chief's role, that's improving because of the pressure attached to the tent city is now 1 week away from being eliminated, so we're very happy about that. So she has been refocused for some time now back on the fire file, and Mr. Lindsay has taken more of a lead on that, so I feel we're okay there, but it is very much an acting role. There are other acting roles, including Ms. Mercer, and so on, so there's a larger conversation around strategically how do we deal with that and when. And I wouldn't recommend that you, without the advice of a bit of a comprehensive look at this, move in any direction on that. There are some possible exceptions to that. So the economic development function comes to mind because it's come up so many times. Again, no budget money in. There is money in there, and you can see that there are components of things related to economic development that are attached to different departments. For example, the tourism function, which is a standalone contract, which is reporting to Parks and Rec. The communication function, which is a very large relationship typically with economic development departments, is in the ledge services. The actual person that was doing economic development is now in the community development department, which is planning. So you can see where things have sort of been spread around, and we need to recalibrate that and that area there. So in terms of the depth of management, we're stronger in some areas than others, and it would be better just to take a step back and perhaps have a conversation as a personnel matter at the proper location. So, and any time you wish to do that, sooner than later, if you feel it's attached to the budget, then we need to have that conversation before you finalize the budget next week even.
follow-up. I guess one of the concerns I have around that is that if these are positions that we need, and we haven't looked at addressing them for this budget year, does that mean we have to wait a full year before we can bring them on? And I appreciate what you're saying. We do need to have those studies that you've talked about or whatever. However, I'm really concerned that we run those vacancies for a full year. I just throw that out for discussion. Thank you.
I would recommend that we table the personnel issues to a closed meeting so we could have a more candid conversation about that. And if it's your wish to move that into closed next week, that would be a good, the first opportunity to do that. There'll be other opportunities as well.
That is the appropriate place to bring it up on the agenda, yes. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really want to thank staff for all the work they've done in preparing this budget. It's a big document, and budgets aren't my strong point. However, as a layperson, so to speak, it's now up to us, though, to make the decisions and finalize this budget. I think it would be easier for me if I had a list of things that we can move around. I know, like many things we can't, like wages and that sort of thing, but there must be an area where we can actually massage the budget, like questions, if we don't build the road from the Niagara Port Authority to Front Street, can we use that funding for something else? Things along those lines.
These are good points. It's good to get preliminary feedback. Reminder, next Tuesday's session, entire day is dedicated to capital projects, part of which is outlining the management strategy and philosophy and all that as a good context for the actual list of projects that you'll review on Tuesday afternoon as part of the budget. And after that, then there will be the come back to the entire piece, and I get exactly what you're saying. Moving things around and or looking at the percent incremental costs attached with each of the component parts here. So that's part of, if we get time to start that conversation next Tuesday, that would be where you start that, and with the goal of trying to complete that exercise by Wednesday. So those 2 days, the 4th and the 5th, were identified in your schedule for that purpose. So we're still in the presentation mode until probably mid-afternoon on Tuesday next week. And then this is the operating stuff. Next week is the capital, then we have to pull it together. So yes, the answer is totally yes on that. I guess just what I wanted to say was what we've done here this year is different than more of a traditional budget presentation model. We're trying to explain to council in simple terms the services and the service areas of the organization across the board. And then we attach a budget to that. And it's more of a traditional model is how much does it cost and where can we save money? And this is more looking at it in a different light. And it's, so the department's found it a useful exercise even to bring it together this way. So I'm hoping that you've found this as a method to kind of get your head around things. Because what you come to council with is a whole set of ideas of what you'd like to do. And what we're presenting you with is we're trying to keep the lights on and do bread and butter things, and are having some challenges in some parts of the organization to move into proactive initiatives because we're not even keeping up with some of the bread and butter items. And some of those positions have been identified here. And it's kind of ironic that I know many of you are interested in sustainability and active transportation, and we're dealing with parking. and that's a contradiction, and I understand that, but the reality is the switchboard is parking. And taxpayers are looking for services in that area right now. We need to find a way to transition. So we've taken some notes, and I think our goal is to try to facilitate on the screen here a Rolodex of topics and money attached to it. And maybe there's some other items that need to will go into next year as the sort of the parking lot of big ticket items. You know, recall council's strategic planning exercise scheduled for January and February, which is longer term, big picture, 4 years, the 4-year mandate. And immediately, if we've got a number of internal governance issues that have been shared, but with a very enthusiastic set of managers who are doing a great job, but it's not sustainable. And even today, I was dealing with some HR issues that were caused because of the problems that we might be experiencing. So we'd like to come back to you and try to make this as, any advice you can give us and what you would like to have back to you by the end of next Tuesday so we can start to work through that would be, we'll try to boil it down for you. But obviously the FTEs that were included, the ones that weren't included, those are topics that need to be reviewed again with you. The 1% for the asset management is a topic that needs to be reviewed with you. The capital program is clearly an area where you can move things around, and that'll find opportunities. And maybe some of the topics that aren't on here, like economic development, wasn't presented to you as it's not even on an FTE list, it's a subject. So how do we put if there's a desire to make progress on that without waiting another year, how do we find the way to fund that? Any of those initiatives, be they positions or initiatives, before waiting another complete year to do that. So we can come back with some ideas around that if you wish.
And just one little thing, I would like to, again, thank you. Having watched budgets for the last 4 years as regular taxpayer, council critic sort of thing, this was way more informative, and I had a very much clearer understanding of each of the departments and what they're coming forward with. I would recommend we do this on a regular basis. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bonner. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I echo Councillor Bonner's statement, and I appreciate that this is very much has to be a pragmatic budget. And the format has been great. I think it's easy to digest in the business case for each position, or at least sort of addressed with the, you can see where it is born out of challenges. And largely, I think without a strategic plan, we do have to have a lot of trust in the staff to guide us through this first budget. But I would sort of also echo Councillor Bonner's previous statements, is it would be nice, although we do need to be mindful that we have a strategic plan, and we will be going through that process to set council's priorities, and future budgets will be more in line with that. If there is some identification of leverage points that we can use, because we have heard from the community around economic development, definitely the community engagement session the other night, we heard a lot of things around making sure the neighborhoods function better with respect to just pedestrian safety and all those sort of things. And those are actually big items that take a lot of planning, and I think we're probably all aware of that, but it would be nice to know where our leverage points are, at least initially.
Anything further from anyone? We have question period. I only see one lone soul there. Yes, please. Always nice to see you, Ms. Hastings.
My name's Jan Hastings. Is this on?
Yes.
You can't tell from back there. You can barely hear it. So anyway, if you can hear me, that's...
It shows green, but let me just try it on and off or something. Well, I can't even get it to go green again now. It's gone green anyway. Try it now.
Thank you. I'm Jan Hastings. I am a citizen, but I'm also probably here more representing the Nanaimo Recycling Exchange. I don't know if that makes me a zombie or the Walking Dead or something, but so the NRE right now is in the process of reinventing ourselves, and to be relevant, we need to understand what the gaps in relation to solid waste, which was presented here today, but also in relation to zero waste, and they're not really the same thing. We've had a pretty long history in Nanaimo providing services, and so we have a pretty good understanding of what some gaps are, but we have to decide which gaps in subsequent services will provide the most leverage towards achieving our new targets in the new solid waste management plan, which is going to be the next 10 years here. So it can't just be recycling. We've done a lot of that, but that's not going to get us there because the new plan has a new pollution prevention hierarchy, and the new plan has a new definition of waste. So the traditional 3 Rs relationship that Nanaimo Recycling Exchange has had with the city of Nanaimo would need to be re-examined. And even in those 3 Rs, we've mostly focused on recycling and not reduce and reuse. So, but the zero waste hierarchy and definition we now have includes words like rethink and refuse and reduce, which are much trickier to implement in a city or a region because it's not really behavior that is easy to change. Consumer behavior is just not easy to change. So my first question is probably for Mr. Sims, and I'm wondering if you, in relation to the new solid waste management plan, if you, and the new targets, if you see today unfunded gaps that future budgets may need to address. And I know that's like right off the top of everybody's head today, but I just wondered if we look at our services now, if you can identify gaps now or if work is needed to do that.
Mr. Sims, please.
I'm on, good. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Hastings. Yes, I think one of the keys is the audit piece, the follow-up. Our solid waste function at Public Works is largely focused on the service of picking up waste and just going through to the Recycle BC contractors or depots and just kind of moving that. That's what we're contracted to do. Yeah. The missing link is, I sort of referenced it in the presentation, was around the education and policy piece that would help move that along. This is a pretty major regional function as well, so I think this is where the solid waste management plan resides. But the education piece, auditing of going through people's cans and seeing what they're throwing out and trying to re-educate is a big piece for us.
Thank you. My second question, but it's not really a question, it's more coming here with the hope that the stakeholders such as Nanaimo Recycling Exchange, the City of Nanaimo, any other stakeholders involved, can somehow work together to have a process to identify what the gaps are, what policy changes might be needed, and where we can go to create zero waste that isn't this, isn't somebody standing here at the podium asking questions or being asked questions. I'm hoping we can establish some kind of a more free-thinking process that builds on what I think is still a really important relationship in Nanaimo and to the residents of Nanaimo. Between the recycling exchange and the City of Nanaimo, I think it's still really important to people that we do something. So really, I'm just kind of dropping the bug in your ear that it would be great if we could have a process for free thinking that involve the stakeholders, and so we can do it right. We can really get on the path that moves the dial towards zero waste.
Are you essentially suggesting, and maybe I hope I'm not misreading you, it's almost, you're really talking about an advisory committee to council, to a place where ideas would be generated, thoughts exchanged, and blue sky thinking took place, as well as the practical side of it, dealing and involving people who day in, day out have to deliver the basic services that the city's charged with delivering, which is getting rid of what we don't want or need, and or dealing with its disposition in a way that is best for the environment.
Yes and no. I think advisory committees are great, but I think even a step back from that is things like roundtables and where there's free speaking and free thinking.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Seeing no other questioners, I think it's fair to say a motion to adjourn would be appropriate. Councillor Bonner, second by Councillor Brown. Thank you, everyone, for your work today. Much appreciated. Motion carried. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.